Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uh, Welcome back to our little winding road through the rest of these characters. How you all been? How you all doing? Mm, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right. uh, for first day back has been rough for you, huh? Where's oh, okay. Oh. uh, your first week has been rough on you, huh? But yeah, but as always, JR here always, as always, going through. Hmm. Well, you know, you know, Bao, you're still recovering from, being sick. So obviously you're gonna be you gotta get back into the swing of things, back into the groove now. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna get back into the swing of things. Let's see. So, where do we have here? Hmm. Oh, see, you would so you're definitely motivated if you're willingly, go doing more exercises and stuff. Then you're obviously motivated to try to get back into the swing of things, huh? Let's see. Who do we have? We still have a couple of. Hey, hey, what can I? I guess that's my superpower, huh? Apparently, I could read your mind through the internet. Maybe they'll put me in the next Life is Strange game. I'll be the main character. Let's see. Do 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 do. Well, you know what they say. You know the old saying, life is definitely stranger than fiction, right? uh, let's see. Trying to figure out who we should start with. Let's see. Because last time we wrapped up a bunch of. Because last time we went through a bunch uh, of the True Colors characters, and then we jumped through a couple of the excuse me, double exposure characters. Because we are approaching a lot of the more definitely bigger characters. Uh, Also, a little FYI about some of the comics character portraits on the bottom there. The reason why they're turned that way is because even though I port them into the tier list like right side up like they're supposed to be, for some reason when I put them in, it just spins them around. I have no idea why. so I I did it like 3-4 times trying to get it to stay the way it's supposed to, but the tier list does not want to cooperate and keeps turning them around. So I pretty much just gave up and was like, all right, so we'll just keep it that way. Mm-mm. Oh yeah, they definitely want to push you back into the deep end of the pool already, don't they? They're like, "Oh no, I was sick for a while. We're not going to ease you back in. We're just going to we're just going to push you right into the deep end." Let's see. Oh, oh, no, that is not what I want. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, you were sick and then they just want to they just want to dump you right back into the deep end pretty much as quickly as they can, huh? Let's see. um, you know what? Let's go with hmm. Let's go with let's go with Sean. Yeah, let's go with huh. Any particular any particular reason why they replaced him in the first place? Hmm. All right. So go with Sean here. Uh, hmm. Where am I gonna put Sean? Hmm. Let's see. I'll put Sean in. Hmm. This is a little tough here because I'm very conflicted when it comes to Sean. I think I'll. Oh. Oh. Okay. Huh. That seems that seems kind of weird. They replace a guy with you because they because you know the plays more, and then they change you uh, to a position where presumably you don't know those plays as well. So that seems kind of counterintuitive to me. Um, hmm, actually, where's actually I'm gonna rearrange Diamond real quick. I'll just put, yeah, I'll put her beside, I'll just put her next to Rose. Because I was looking at Diamond and I was like, wait a minute. In retrospect, yeah, she does deserve to be a little higher. Um, let's see. So back to Sean here. Uh, let's see. Hmm. We got. But, hmm. Oh, see, look, that makes that make even less sense. Like you would think if you're gonna replace somebody for a position because they know that position better than the other guy, then why would you change them to a different position and then completely make up do new plays on top of that? So it's like, okay, even if I also knew those plays for that position, it doesn't matter because you literally just rewrote everything. So it's like, so it's like, what's the deal? Ah, but I will put no, not Daniel, Sean. I'm gonna put Sean. Yoink. I'll put Sean. Uh, yeah, I'll put him behind Drew. I'll put him behind Drew. He was. Sean was fine. A lot of the problems that I have with Life is Strange 2 is no fault of Sean himself. It's just that the story itself was written very very back and forth because there were things in the story that were okay 1 minute and then jeez jeez Bow, that is a lot of that's a lot of plays to remember. But yeah. So as I was saying, the story was written very very back and forth cuz there was a lot of instances in the story where things were kind of forced to happen just for the sake of you could say moving the plot along, which is not great because then it comes off as manufacturing drama instead of like the drama being like naturally like woven in, especially when decisions you made and things you were teaching seem to be going well 1 minute And then just because certain things with the plot needs to happen, all of those decisions literally get tossed to the side because plot stuff needs to happen. And that was a repeated problem throughout Life is Strange 2. Is I kept getting frustrated because choices I was making were getting constantly thrown to the side, in some cases immediately after I chose them. And it really made me feel like nothing I was choosing. I'm getting to that point. Hold on. Nothing I was choosing was like mattering, which is not great. And also, the main reason Sean is this low is because he did not take the opportunity when he had it. He had the opportunity so many times, and he did not take it, like at all. And you know exactly what I mean. And they were not even an option, which is criminal. Yeah, because that's also something with Sean that also was a sticking point with me was all the Lila interactions that you could have and being like, how is she not a like option? Like at the very least, like I don't know, have her come in like at the end of the story or something and have like a payoff. Okay, hold on. What I'm a little don't don't mind me. I'm a little behind the times with some abbreviations. What does what was it? MH mean? Oh, mental health. Okay. Technically, that was not her. That was not his fault. That was not his fault. I can't blame that on Sean because it was pretty much everyone else uh coming after her and like, you know, teasing her, making fun of her, or you know, doing like the threatening stuff because she was friends with Daniel and Sean already. Like for however long they were friends before the beginning of the game. So I can't blame that on Sean because it's one of those like guilty by association type of things. Um, so everyone was pretty much like uh uh being like, oh, you knew them, so you probably knew something, you probably had a hand in it, you most likely you know where they are, this type of thing. You're hiding them, like stuff like that. Like that was pretty much the big thing with Lila, especially when which you only really learn about if you uh do the phone calls. If you do the phone call in the motel room when you're at the when you're on the little patio area, and then no, you're correct. You're correct. The Because she does mention that the cops and stuff were like constantly questioning her and stuff about Sean and Daniel. So that's what I mean by like guilty by association type of thing. Um, and technically, uh, they are tracing and keeping an eye on her phone calls because if you um if you call Lila in episode 2 when you're at your grandparents' house, if you call her um after the phone call and then when you get back from getting the Christmas tree with Chris and everything, and the cops show up, the reason the cops are there is if you did the phone call, they will say that they traced the call back to your grandparents' house from Lila's phone. So so that is a thing that the cops are constantly watching her. Um, but then again, it kind of necessarily doesn't matter because even if you don't call Lila, the cops are still gonna come to the house regardless. If you don't call her, I think the cops say instead of tracing the call from Lila, they just say that they heard from the neighbors that somebody that two kids fitting Sean and Daniel's uh appearances were like spotted in the like around and stuff like that. So either way, the cops are gonna come regardless. But yeah. But as I said, if you did the phone call to Lila, then they blatantly state uh to Claire, I think, because the grandmother's name was Claire, right? Because it's the grandmother that opens the door to the cops, and you could actually overhear her talking to the cops, and that's how you because she asks them like what's going on and stuff, and the cops will tell her. Uh, yeah, Claire. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, I think I got the grandmother's name right, but yeah. So she does that, and the cops say that, and that's how you start that whole thing for her to for Sean and Daniel to have to leave and all that stuff. But yeah, cause that phone call to Lila in the second episode, I believe is the last. I believe it's the last time that Lila has any speaking lines in the rest of the game. So it's also nice too that the phone call. Yeah, yeah. See, yeah. I'm. So am I. I'm pretty sure that's the last time she says anything in the entire game. But I do appreciate though that the phone call in the grandparents' house uh is um pretty is different depending on if you did call her towards the end of episode 1 at the motel. So it is nice that the tone and the subject of the phone call kind of changes depending on if you've gotten contact with her previously or not. So so that's kind of that's a interesting little thing that they put in there. But yeah, the but yeah, Sean's whole thing was pretty well for the most part. He uh as a character he was fine. I do know that um some people, some people within the fan base, uh, just off of face value, didn't they had a problem with Sean because you were playing as a character that didn't have the powers, which um which a lot of fans had a which several fans had like problems with, especially coming off of Before the Storm, because Before the Storm you're playing as Chloe the whole time, and Chloe doesn't have powers, and that whole game has um no explicitly stated superpowers going on. And I'm doing the air quotes because there's vague allusions to a certain someone that may have powers in Before the Storm, but Deck Nine has always been pretty vague on that. Like they do not commit to saying yes or no one way or the other on that point. But as far as yeah, oh well, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Obviously, Bao, you were very disappointed that they never really had like a scene where Sean or Daniel or either one of them like actually showed up to like actually check on Lila or anything. Cause the only thing that Cause the only other thing that Lila does is show up at the prison ending when Sean gets out of prison. Oh yeah, when cause you cause you call Lila at the cause you could call Lila at the end of towards the end of the game. I mean not the game, the first episode when you're in the motel, and then after that we get a really nice well the scene the phone call with Lila is nice and sentimental, Um, but yet again, it's something that uh, that you could choose whether or not to do. Um, but the scene that comes after, I believe, is a mandatory scene, and that's when when Sean is looking at the video of him, Daniel, and their dad like spending time together. Like you don't see the video, you hear what's going on in the video, and the camera is pretty much like focused on Sean's face. So so all you do is like see his reactions to the video as it's playing. So so that's a pretty that was a pretty good scene, pretty emotional scene. Um, the the whole thing with the relationships that you could have with Finn and Cassidy uh, is okay. Um, Obviously, Finn is very problematic because of his whole wanting to steal the money from Meryl plan. Like that whole thing really causes an issue in that relationship. But I do appreciate that Cassidy is that she is pretty much like a ride or die. Like if you commit to her and actually do that relationship, she pretty much like she's pretty much like ride or die for you by that point. Especially if you did the um if you actually do the ending where Sean goes to where Sean makes it to Mexico without Daniel, because if Daniel's morality is high enough, like if his morality is good enough, then Daniel will choose to stay behind, but make sure you get to Mexico. So Daniel kind of like sacrifices himself to make sure that you get to Mexico, which is fine because Daniel just ends up being I guess you could say pretty much adopted by the grandparents, because he ends up living with the grandparents in that ending, and he has a ankle monitor, uh, which uh, which obviously he's gonna be under house arrest for however long. I don't know how long. Um, but he does get cause Sean does send him a letter and like a postcard and some pictures from Mexico. And if you did romance Cassidy, um, and I think this may work with Vin too. I never bothered trying it, but I do know it works with Cassidy. Is um, Sean will send a picture, will mail a picture back to Daniel, and it is a picture of both Sean and Cassidy like together in Mexico. So so it kind of goes to show that like at some point Cassidy kind of found out where I guess they found out where Sean was in Mexico and decided to actually I guess stay with him or visit him or something. Cuz these endings are never voiced or anything. It's just music in the background and you're just like seeing stuff happen. So you're kind of left there to kind of piece together like kind of what happens afterwards. But yeah. Also, um, Sean is technically the only Life is Strange playable character in any of these games that you could actually get killed. So Sean can actually 100% die by the end of the game, depending on your choices. You could actually get Sean killed by the end of the game. So that's kind of a big noteworthy thing. Not necessarily a good thing, but it is a notable thing for him. And I think that maybe both Sean and Daniel can kind of die in an ending. Because I do know that there's like an ending that that Sean and Daniel, if they both like make it to Mexico or whatever, that they end up like having a gun or whatnot, and they're kind of like putting the gun up to like their head like this and stuff. So I think the implication there is that, I don't know, they shoot themselves or something. But yeah, yeah, the endings to Life is Strange 2 is pretty can get pretty crazy depending on certain choices you made and certain things that you did. So yeah. uh uh but I will give at least Sean does have his one really big like badass moment, and that is when he's getting constantly pistol whipped in the church to try to get Daniel to stop following the crazy religious lady. What was her name? Oh, Lisbeth. To stop following her stupid cult thing. So that was a pretty badass thing. He kind of had a fucked up bloody face by the end of it, but it was like, hey, he kept getting back up. So there's that. Um let's see. And alrighty. Alright, this is going to be, I don't know how controversial this is gonna get. I honestly don't know. But oh, I'm not I'm not too sure whether to be uh whether to have a positive or negative reaction to that. So I will politely just stay quiet on that. But on that note, we will. Ooh, hmm. Did did they wind up winning? But on that note, while I wait for that, oh, okay. Oh, oh, well that well the score for that was pretty close. Um, so we will get to potentially my most rant filled character. Like this character I'm probably going to be ranting like a lot for. And that is Daniel Diaz. Oh my lord. If I could sum up, if I could sum up or put a face to my biggest problem with Life is Strange 2 and why I did not enjoy that game, it's Daniel. Daniel is 100% the main reason why I did not like that game. Aside from the random like racist stuff throughout the game that went nowhere. Um, but yeah, Daniel, how Daniel was written throughout that whole game was so inconsistent and so back and forth that your choices that you made with him and things that you did that he is supposedly because the whole game was marketed this way was oh I thought your favorite character was Lila, Bao. I didn't think it was Daniel. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was about to say cuz I cuz I was about to say I was like I'm about to rip into Daniel like so I was like okay, are we I was like were you going to be prepared for that? But yeah, um Daniel is written very poorly and his um as I said, the entire game is marketed by your decisions that you make in your conversations and stuff to Daniel and the things that you do around Daniel is supposed to influence uh, how Daniel behaves and pretty much develops during the course of the game, right? That's the whole point of the game was as far as the mechanics of the game go. Like that was the main mechanic of the game that they were pushing. Um, and he, because the whole point of not having for Don't Nod with not having you play as the person with the superpowers, and instead um, pretty much playing as their mentor, right? Because that's pretty much what like Sean is. He's kind of like acting as the mentor to Daniel to try to teach him like different things and whatnot, and how to use and not use his powers and things like that, right? That's the whole point. Except Daniel repeatedly goes against anything you have said or anything that you have done in very random moments. Just so the plot, just so whatever big plot point is supposed to happen. Case in point. Let's see. Here's Life is Strange 2. No, this is Captain Spirit. There we go. Go to this and okay. So okay, just for you, Bao. Here's a quick little pass of Lila here writing on Sean's hand here. as I'm scrolling through this, because I gotta get to the scene, the first scene that I'm talking about. Which is okay. You're getting all the stuff for the stupid party. Okay, here we go. Okay, no, this is the. Okay, so Daniel came in to show him his zombie costume, right? The zombie costume that he was working with. Obviously, Sean gets annoyed, right, and pretty much kicks him out, right? That's pretty much what he does. And then we're over here like farting around too much. Because it happens in. Because I know it happens in the background. Where's. Okay, this is right after Sean kicks out Daniel. And then we're back to talking to Lila here on the laptop. So we're pretty much just talking to her, fucking around with a bunch of stuff because we have to sit here and pretty much like wait until until the next part of the game happens, right? So I'm just here like fucking around with like everything. So I'm trying to see if we catch him by the window. Because it's something you can only really catch when when you're in like the free camera mode and you're able to like move the camera around like this. When you're doing this, the free camera mode around, you have to like pay attention to the window. And if you pay attention to the window at a certain point, I don't know if we catch it here, because it's kind of it's kind of random if like when exactly he goes across past the window. Because I'm trying to see if I could, if he comes across during the. Is he there? Dang, Daniel, how long does it take you to go across the dang window? Oh, okay. No, it just happened. Okay, so I guess we missed him. But yeah, if you're looking around the window during this scene, in free camera mode, you can actually catch Daniel going across past the window towards the racist neighbor guy, which is outrageously annoying because it's like, dude, why are you going to the racist neighbor guy? Like, why are you even going over there? Like, I don't know what the explanation is for Daniel to leave the house and go over to the neighbor at all. Like, I have no idea why he even did that. Like, if he wants to show somebody his zombie costume, his dad is in the garage. Why didn't he just go to the garage and show their dad? Because we went and because Sean goes to his father uh to like talk to him. You could tell him about the party, and if you're honest with him about the party, then your dad is cool enough that he gives you like some money and stuff to spend. So it's like bro, what in God's name is the reason you went towards this guy to do anything? Like, why? Because we already established this guy here. We already established him as a racist asshole. Because when Sean and Lila were coming off the school bus and Lila was walking Sean to his house, this guy is sitting in front of his house, and he pretty much like talks shit to them and whatnot. like while staying sitting on his steps. Like he's just like yelling at them and talking shit, and then blurts out some racist remarks towards like Sean and shit. Uh, which Lila didn't have, like wasn't having any of, and was pretty much like yelling at him back. But in any case, um, yeah, well, most likely. Sean has better game than this racist asshole, but but yeah, but it was like why why is Daniel going over there? The only reason Daniel is going over there is because the plot needs to happen and there needs to be a confrontation so that way the police get involved, and then the dad runs out, and then the dad gets shot, and then Daniel's powers awaken. Like there's like and it's funny that you have a choice to like get violent with him, but even if you choose not to get violent, Sean still gets into a fight with the guy anyway. So it's like, okay, even though I chose the non-violent option, Sean still ends up resorting to violence in the end anyway. So it's like, okay, so my choice immediately in this confrontation means absolutely nothing. So not off to a great start at all. And then this guy knocks his head on the rock when he gets shoved down and starts having a seizure because he starts like shaking and whatnot. Because he's on the floor like shaking and shit. The cop sees, comes over. The cop is getting very yeah, the cop shows up no matter what you do. So yeah, meanwhile, this guy is having a seizure on the floor. So instead of the cop immediately calling an ambulance because the guy is having a seizure on the floor, he pulls out a gun on Sean and Daniel and starts pretty much being an asshole to them. Even though Sean is trying to explain the situation as to what happened. But yeah, they get all messed up. Uh, I guess right there is the neighbor just dies. so yeah, he just dies. He ends up shooting their dad. He just Daniel's powers wake up or whatever, and then literally the entire area is all like fucked up because you can see like all the posts are all like messed up here. Some hydrants got fucked up. The cars are turned over or whatnot, were thrown. The cop is apparently dead. Because later when the FBI and everything start getting involved, uh, the whole reason they're even being chased by law enforcement is because this cop died when Daniel's powers erupted, apparently. Even though when Daniel's powers erupt at the end of episode 3 in the same way, everyone survives that just fine. The only one that has any long-term injuries from that incident is just that Sean loses an eye. That's about it. So how this cop died, I have no real idea really. Like at the very least, if you wanted to make it more better that this cop like got killed, you should have like had his body like on top of the car or something. I don't know. But yeah, they're getting hunted for being like cop killers and stuff. And then we get what was it? The whole point of the game winds up being one, Sean does the very he does the very stupid thing for one, and that's leave. All that training is like after this, but I'm gonna get to that. Don't worry. But he's so Sean takes Daniel and leaves. He leaves. Which I get at that point it was a very spur of the moment thing, and it was a very like rash decision in the event in the recent events that were happening. I get it. I get that. I don't hold it against Sean for immediately doing this decision of running. That's fine. It's later, once Daniel has some control of his powers, to the point where he could freely demonstrate his powers literally to anybody. Like if anybody asks him to prove that he has some superpower, Daniel's powers are so easy to prove. Like it's not Max's time travel powers, which those powers are hard to prove. Which is why when Chloe asks you to prove that you have time travel powers, you have to go through like 3 different tests to prove that you do have those powers. What was it? Alex's powers of the emotion reading is also something that's not um very easy to prove, but it is like easier to prove. Um, and then you have and then if you take like characters from the comic books, like Pixie's power is very hard to prove. Like how you're gonna prove that someone can see um different versions and possibilities of themselves across all different timelines. Like, how are you going to prove that somebody has that type of power? Tristan's power is very easy to prove because he literally just turns invisible. So he can literally just poof in and out in front of your eyes. So his thing is easy to prove. And then we got Lily's powers of taking memories from people and then being able to put them back. So hers you can also prove, but it kind of you kind of have to go through a little bit of hoops to prove hers. So Daniel's powers is very easy to prove. You could literally just look at it. So when people start asking Sean like he should just like turn himself in, like Daniel and him should just turn themselves in and explain like what happened. it's definitely something that he should have done like later. like even when Sean meets David later, David literally tells Sean that that he should really consider like just telling like the police and all that stuff like what happened. And Sean's stupid pl- no. Plus the police have body cam footage for one, because remember the police car has a camera on it, and you know police have body cam footage. Because this game takes place in what was it, 20, does it take place in 2016? I think the game takes place in 2016. Yes, 2016. So the game takes place in 2016, and I'm pretty sure police had body cam footage, had body cam stuff by that point. Like that was standard. Um, but then, whether you see it or not, um, it it at the very least we know that the police car had a video camera on it. Granted, the video camera is obviously not pointed to the side because everything is happening in the front lawn, and the car is not obviously pointed in that direction. But remember, you could tell the story about Daniel's powers, and when they literally ask you to prove it, Daniel can literally just prove it. He could literally just be like, okay, I'm gonna levitate that I don't know, your coffee mug or something. like his powers is not something that is hard not to prove. Daniel literally has the easiest powers in any of these games that you can literally say show me, and he could easily just do it. So what's also stupid too is you could kind of use the I think he uses the excuse, or at some point I think Sean uses the excuse at some point that he's afraid that like they'll like Daniel will be taken away or anything like that and all that stuff. But let I remind you, in the ending where Daniel gives himself up and lets Sean go to Mexico, and in the ending when they both give up like peacefully and everything's fine, like yeah, Sean goes to jail, but Daniel ends up living with his grandparents anyway. In both those scenarios, Daniel lives with the grandparents. So it's like, even if you were afraid that he would become like a, I don't know, a test subject for like supernatural like powers and all that shit, none of that happens anyway because he stays with the parents, with the grandparents. The only thing that they do to him is literally just put an ankle monitor on him. That's it. So it's like what? So it's like by the end of the game, it's very hard to justify like what the problem was. like technically all you did was make your situation way worse because you had the incident at the weed farm. You had the thing of escaping the cops at your grandparents' place. You had the whole thing with the cult and burning down the church and all that shit. So, and escaping from the hospital when you were under police custody. So all you were doing was making the situation way worse for you, and it's like, bro, you could easily prove what happened very easily. All Daniel has to do is just be like, I'm gonna spin that pen around with my mind in midair. So I don't it. So literally, right out the gate, from the very beginning, the inciting incident already pissed me off because it was very contrived and a very forced situation that did not need to happen, like at all. And also the interaction with the racist neighbor and Daniel. That is also the first interaction that you see between them at all. Like, there's no real establishment about like Daniel's thing with him. And it's pretty clear that what was it? The Diaz family like kind of have lived in the area for like a while, so it's like you should already know. Like even Daniel should already know by now that like okay, stay away from that guy. He's a uber racist asshole. So it's like why would you even go over there? Um so that's lit. Going good. Going good, Triune. We, uh, I, I have, so far, we've done, two characters so far. We did Sean Diaz. So Sean Diaz is over here. So I don't know how you feel about Sean, but this is where Sean is landing for me with no fault of his own. Mostly the reason why Sean is down here is because he's not written very well. So okay, well, either way, he's written very poorly and inconsistently. But as far for me, I don't know how you'll feel like as you're going through it, but for me, he was very mishandled. Um, and then now we're talking about Daniel here. So I just finished my little tirade on the yeah, but yeah, I just went on my like little tirade on how the beginning of the game is very contrived and makes no sense as to why Daniel goes to the racist neighbor to start the whole chain of events for the plot of the game to begin with. Like none of that made sense. Like at all. So I'm pretty much breaking down Daniel right now. So so that's his so that's the problem already from the very beginning of the first from the first episode. Um um well yeah well yeah the cop shooting their dad is also ridiculously stupid. The thing too is the cop didn't even attempt to call an ambulance for the racist neighbor that is on the floor in front of him having a seizure. So instead of his main concern to get this man who clearly needs help any help, he instead pulls a gun on Sean and Daniel and just goes from 0 to 100 with them for literally no reason. Especially when Sean is trying to explain to him what the fuck even happened. So instead of trying to find out what's happening, he just pulls the gun out and just has him like what the fuck is even happening here? Um but yeah, but and then what was it? Um and I do also knock Sean a couple of points too for not sitting Daniel down and explaining to him what happened to their dad. For dragging out that lie for the entire first episode just so you can get the forced dramatic scene later of Daniel finding out on the news on the TV when they're in the motel room. Like, you had plenty of opportunities to tell him, like, to sit him down and, like, tell him what happened. He chooses to do none of that. Like, it's not until, what was it? Exactly, Triune. It's not until Brody here, this man, this goated man here, talks some sense into Sean and tells him, like, bruh, you need to tell him what happened. It's a lot better if you tell him than if he finds out any other way. Yeah. We'll most likely be here when you're done. Well, I'll most likely be here when you're done. So have a nice study session. But yeah. So it literally takes Brody to tell him, for Sean to even finally consider telling 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 Daniel what happened to their dad. It's like, bruh, like, why? Also, to go with uh Daniel's issue of of choices and stuff with him not mattering at all in the game is this scene from episode 1. Where is it? After you get after Sean gets handcuffed inside the racist couple's gas station. After you do that, right? Okay, we get after we do all this, when Daniel comes back and he's helping you break out, right? Okay, after we do all this, um, cause this whole situation bugs the crap out of me towards the end. Um, so keep in mind, okay, so now he's free, right? And we're gonna leave, right? He's gonna get his stuff and and we're gonna leave. Here's my problem in so many different ways. Okay, where's Daniel? Where's the scene where he literally walks in? Okay, here's the thing. He gets Sean out of the handcuffs, right? And he gets his stuff and we go to leave, right? This door is completely open. This is the back door. The door, uh where is it? So this is the door that Daniel comes in from. This door right here. And it's the door that you make your way to so that way, you know, you can get the handcuffs and everything cuz the key and stuff is like by the door and stuff like that, right? This is the door that the racist guy um left through. So the racist guy is over here in the main area of the gas station, right? He's over here. And this door is where Daniel comes in from. Over here. So you get out. Daniel comes in, right? Sean gets his stuff and they're getting ready to leave. Where does Daniel end up going? This motherfucker goes into the main area of the gas station for no reason. It's like, bruh, the door you just came in, is right there. It's open. Why didn't you just leave through the same damn door? Daniel and Sean could have easily just gone through the back door. The same door that they wasted all that puzzle time figuring out how to get free. You could have just went through that door and leave. You could have stealthily left with no issues, no confrontation, no nothing. But what does Daniel end up doing? He goes into the main area so that way his powers can get triggered because the racist garage guy catches him, and then obviously to get away from him, Daniel presumably does his little force push thing to knock out the racist garage owner, the gas station owner guy. Oh, and Triune. It gets even stupider. So after you do this, obviously Sean's like, okay, we gotta get the fuck out of here, right? You get this scene where you have the opportunity to just leave, or you could steal a bunch of shit on your way out and leave, right? I choose not to steal anything, cause I didn't steal anything previously when we were buying stuff earlier in the day, like buying food and buying supplies from the gas station lady, from the racist guy's like wife and whatnot. Before we found out that she's married to this racist asshole and all that stuff, before we find any of that, we're in the main gas station and we're buying supplies. Like if you have a bunch of money, um, that you've had already, you can buy some things from the gas station, or you could also steal some things from the gas station, right? You could steal some things. There's also a family that's in front of the gas station that you can also get food and stuff from if you use Daniel as a sympathy manipulation tool, so that way the family is willing to give you like food, because it's like, oh, my little brother here with like try to feign like you being homeless or something and needing food. I didn't do that. I did none of that. So I didn't use Daniel to manipulate people to get stuff for us. I didn't I didn't steal anything from the gas station lady when I'm buying things. And I chose not to steal this camping stuff here, right? And supposedly, Daniel is supposed to learn from you, from your decisions and actions and stuff that you do around him. So I'm choosing not to steal anything consistently. So I'm showing him not to steal, right? Uh, so so with that we're leaving, right? And then so we leave. We find Brody. So we tell Brody what happened. We also didn't steal anything from like Brody or anything. So we also are on. So I was also on good terms with Brody. So he was a lot more willing and stuff to help us because I wasn't an asshole to him. Um. So so we go inside, right? Brody, we leave. We're let's see. When does this happen? Oh, okay, I believe it happens here during this car ride. Um, so we do that. Um, and then, where is it? Oh, there you go. And then what do we find out? That fucking that fucking Daniel stole the puppy that cuz earlier the gas station lady is trying to find this puppy a home, right? Trying to get the puppy adopted and stuff. So Daniel ends up stealing the puppy when we're leaving after that very contrived and stupid confrontation with the racist guy. So if my decisions and how I'm trying to teach Daniel is supposed to mean anything, then why at every opportunity where I'm teaching him not to steal things, why does he immediately like choose to ignore all that and still steal the puppy no matter what? Like, why? And keep in mind, there is also no evidence at all that the puppy was even being abused or anything. Like, the puppy is perfectly fine. So you can't even use the excuse that the puppy was being mistreated, so Daniel was forced to steal the puppy. He just steals it. So, what the fuck? Like it. Oh dear lord, it is so frustrating. Um. Is that it? Is that all that? uh. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean by klepto? I'm trying to understand the point you're trying to make. What do you mean by that one? All right. So wow, I'm waiting for a response there. Okay. There's nothing else here, but the motel thing. Oh, he stole the hook. But yeah, it's that was fine. Yeah, cause yes, the couple we found out were racist assholes. We get the husband was, cause the wife is just a bystander. Yeah, cause the yeah, exactly. Daniel took it for no reason. He cause the dog was perfectly fine. You can when you're in the garage earlier, you interact with the dog. Uh, Let me see. Uh, Cause when you go inside the garage here, I mean the gas station. When you go inside the gas station, uh, what was it? See, look, the dog is literally right here. It's in a nice basket. It has a little blanket on it. Like the dog is nice and comfy, just chilling there. Um, oh, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, see, look, Daniel's interacting with the dog. The lady's, the dog is perfectly fine. Look at this. We're having this nice little conversation. She pretty much just tells him that uh, they're trying to find the dog a home and everything. Daniel wants the puppy, but it's like, bro, we're on the run. How are we gonna take care of a fucking dog? But and the lady's being like pretty nice. Like it's not like the lady's being an asshole. Her husband is the racist asshole though. The worst the lady is that once the husband like uh arrests like tries to citizen arrest Sean and lock him up in the back room. She all she does is pretty much like wipe her hands of it and fucks off and leaves. So she's just like she's indirectly enabling it by not like participating and turning like a blind eye to it pretty much. Like that's the worst that the lady is. Um but yeah, so that's the thing with the dog. And there's only one reason that they force that dog onto you. And if you played Life is Strange 2, I'm pretty sure you know the main reason why they forced the dog onto you. So in the beginning of episode 2, you have your little training sequences with Sean helping Daniel like learn his powers, all this shit. Uh, Meanwhile, the dog is like following you around. You could kind of like play with the dog a little bit and all that stuff. Uh, you're pretty much like cooking food and stuff. Uh, Playing around with the dog, like I said, making some food for the dog too, so the dog can eat. Also, all that stuff. Nice hot dog man comic, by the way. Uh, so the dog's like running around, having a little fresh air. So come back in. The dog comes back in. Everything's fine. You're getting ready to go for the nighttime here. So after you do this very long game with Daniel, cause I'm trying to treat Daniel very well. Like I'm playing games with him. I'm doing like all this stuff with him. I'm giving him leeway with his powers when it makes sense. When the game gives me the option, so I'm not letting him go crazy with his powers, but it's like, when the situation is appropriate, then you're good, right? Uh, so here we go. The next morning, we're about to leave because we have to leave to the grandparents' house because Daniel's catching a cold and he needs some medicine or something because we're on the run. So, and it's not like we have any money, so it's not like Sean uh, can just walk into a store and like buy cough medicine or something. So we're getting ready for that, and then we're looking for the dog. Uh, which when we do find the dog, it turns out uh, the dog it got uh got killed by a mountain lion. So you got like a little big mountain lion here, and the mountain lion killed the dog. So it's so the whole point. So the whole point of having the dog there is to literally manipulate you so much to get you to cry because everyone loves like a little puppy. So we're going to kill the puppy to get the audience to cry even though we did not like do anything to earn it at all. So you just kill a dog just because. Even though the dog serves no real purpose. You could cut out all the dog stuff and the story of the game changes nothing absolutely one bit. Like at all. Because when you actually think about it, the dog is only in the very end of the first episode. And then this beginning part of the second episode. Because the dog gets killed by the mountain lion. You make the nice little grave for the dog. And then you leave to... Yeah. Yeah. So you make the grave for the dog, and then you leave to the grandparents' house. That's pretty much how that goes. Um, so that was already frustrating enough. Like I was already so severely pissed the whole time, cause I'm like, you betrayed my choices already by stealing the dog to begin with. And then the dog doesn't even stick around because the dog gets killed uh, in the beginning section of the next episode. So the dog literally serves no purpose except just forced depression material. So you're just doing it for this just because you want the audience to be sad, and you're just forcing a situation so the audience will be sad instead of earning it, instead of actually building up to it and being an actual like earned moment. There's a reason why all those earned moments of sadness hit so much in the original game, is because there's build up to it. Those moments are earned. Yes, literally, his that's a very dark joke, Triune, but yes, his only purpose was to be Puppy Chow. Yes, that's literally his only purpose. He was Puppy Chow for the mountain lion. That's all he was. It's very sad and depressing that it turned out that way, but that's pretty much how they wrote it. I have no idea why. Uh, the only real point, besides all the forced like sadness and trying to make you cry, is they needed to pad out the episode more. So they were just like, oh, let's just put in a dog here and just fuck around with the dog for a little bit, so that way we could pad out the episode. Um, so in any case, we stick around with the grandparents, right? Daniel is relatively so far in this episode, Daniel has been fine. So far, he's been fine. The only real problem that he gets as the episode goes on, once they're at the grandparents' place, is Chris. When he when he makes Chris, he reinforces Chris's belief that Chris is the one with the superpowers. So Daniel like plays into it and keeps making him believe it. Uh, for my playthrough, I pretty much told Daniel, like, you need to tell Chris the truth. Like, bro, why are you why are you lying to this boy? Like, you keep lying to him, it's gonna cause a problem if he thinks he has superpowers when he really doesn't have superpowers. That's that's gonna cause a problem. So I made him come clean to to Chris. So we were able to save Chris from from being uh from being uh hit from being hit by a police car. Potentially hit by a police car. Um, but yeah, then uh, Daniel's big thing that becomes a big, huge problem by the end of this episode is he does mention it kind of earlier that there is a room in in the grandparents' house that's locked, and it is that he does. Captain Spirit does have some awesome adventures. I wish they were longer, and I wish Chris and his dad were were like the main characters of the game. I wish the actual game like centered around them because their situation was felt way more like personal and dramatic than whatever the fuck was going on here with the Diaz brothers. But but what was it? So once you get back from okay, this time this you're in the room. So once you get back from hanging out with Chris, right? Once you get back from hanging out with Chris, oh excuse me, you get back home and the this is Karen's room. Well, not Karen's room. This is the grandparents' room. So you're trying to look for the key to Karen's room that's locked, which which Claire, the grandmother, has made it abundantly clear that uh, nobody goes into that room. That room is like off limits. You can go everywhere else in the house or whatnot, but you know that room, you don't go into that room, right? So Daniel wants to go in the room. So he wants to cause a problem by going into the room. So you're forced to go along with Daniel's stupid shit and find a way to get into the room. Which you can get into the room like a couple of different ways. Like you can legitimately find the key to open the room, which is, I believe, what I did. Like I ended up finding the key to the room, and we ended up getting in the room pretty much very easily. Um, if you don't want to do that, Daniel, and plus if you don't go along with Daniel wanting to get into the room anyway, Daniel will force himself into the room. Like he'll use his powers to literally like bust down the door. Yeah, it's it's literally the thing of Daniel like okay, I'm told not to go into this room, so I want to go into the room. And for some reason, he's and Daniel becomes very obsessed with trying to find out about their mother. Like he starts like going with it constantly, like talking about the mom. I want to know what about the mother and all that stuff. Which, granted, I can understand because the mom left them when Daniel was like a baby, so he never really had a relationship with his mother. So the only one that had any relationship with Karen was Sean, because Sean was growing up around both parents for like the longest time before Daniel was a thing. So so that I understand. But at the same time, it's like, couldn't you have given me the option to, like, I don't know, take our time and kind of earn, like, more, uh, like, respect or something from Claire, from Claire the grandmother, to uh, to kind of like earn her trust so that way she can let us in to the room. to like find out about the mother? Like, couldn't we like play like the sympathy card or something to be like, okay, like Daniel really wants to know, he really wants this and stuff. Like, couldn't you like do that? Like, so either way, we get into the room, we snoop around, we find out a bunch of shit, and then obviously, at some point, the grandparents are going to show up. So the grandparents are gonna show up here after you find this letter, which the letter pretty much says. Uh, oh, Triune. You don't. This is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the tip of the iceberg. It gets worse. It gets worse. So the letter that they're reading is a letter that Karen wrote to the grandparents, telling them that Karen heard what happened on the news and told them that I know we have our problems, right? But at the very least, if my sons come to you for any reason, can you please like look after them and like take them in and whatnot, right? Which is fine. Cause you know we're building up like Karen's like redemption arc that pays off in the fourth episode. That starts to pay off in the fourth episode once you actually meet Karen. But we set it up here towards the end here. So we do that. So after we read the letter, that's when the grandparents dramatically show up. And Claire is obviously really pissed because, you know, you went into this room even though she told you not to. Which I can't argue against the woman. So she is very justified in being very pissed off here. So I can't argue against her. But in any case, she gets pissed off at that, and then this is when what was it? The dresser falls on the grandfather because the grandfather leaves to the other room because, you know, he doesn't want to get involved in the whole like shouting match and stuff that's happening, all the yelling and the arguing. He leaves to the other room, and the other room has a bum leg on the dresser because it kind of falls over earlier. But you know, you help him prevent it from falling, and you know, you put it right side up again, and then it's fine. But then in this moment, when he doesn't have anyone to help him, the big dresser just falls on him, and you pretty much have the opportunity here to have Daniel either use his powers to lift the dresser up so that way you can get the grandfather out from under the dresser. But or you could have Daniel not use his powers, and Claire and Sean will lift up the heavy dresser and get him out of it. Which the only real consequence is if Daniel doesn't use his powers to lift the dresser, then when you're when you're lifting the dresser by hand, uh, the grandfather ends up like slightly injuring his leg, which doesn't really matter anyway because after this whole thing, the grandparents are pretty much gone for the rest of the game and they don't show up again unless you get some specific endings and then they show up. Other than that, they could potentially never be in the game again. So yeah. And then it's at this point where if you use your powers, then Claire here will find out that Daniel has powers. With the grandfather, it doesn't really matter because earlier the grandfather pretty much figures out that Daniel has powers earlier, and then he pretty much calls Sean like in private to talk to him about it, so you could pretty much like confirm it to him. And then the grandfather will pretty much be uh, like, this is just gonna stay between you and me because I don't want to freak out your grandmother, right? So, yeah, so potentially, depending on your choices, both of them will know, like, that Daniel has powers. Which isn't necessarily too bad until we get to episode 3, then it just becomes ridiculous. But yeah, you save him, the cops come, and then you have to escape from the cops. Right? And the annoying thing is about this whole thing is you were trying to get to Mexico before you got to your grandparents. Before you were forced to go see your grandparents because Daniel was sick. And then now, because you got found out, the cops came, which yet again, the cops find you no matter what you do. So even if you are hiding relatively well, the cops still find out you're there. So it's either you get found out regardless. So yeah, they don't shoot the grandparents. Yeah. Yeah, thankfully they don't do that. But so either the cops show up because they got a tip off of two kids fitting Sean and Daniel's description being in the area, or if you use the phone, in your grandparents' house to call Lila and check in on Lila, then the cops will say that they traced the call to the house that Lila was talking to Sean, and they know Sean is there, and they're like, "Where is he?" You know, and stuff like that. So no matter what you do, you're gonna be forced to leave your grandparents anyway. So you do that. Okay? So Daniel is already like constantly causing issues. Because everything was relatively fine with your grandparents, but he really wanted to get into the room. And then we get to episode 3, right? So we get to episode 3. We have this little flashback here with the dad. And then now we're in the little hobo camp with Cassidy, Finn, and everyone else, right? And the annoying thing about this is right out of the gate, whatchamacallit, There we go. Right out the gate, Daniel is all over Finn's dick so hard. Like he is kissing Finn's ass so much, and it's like, bruh, like what, like why are you so attached to Finn for? Like literally from the jump of the episode, like obviously we have like a time skip going on, but within that time, like Daniel has become like Finn's like most devoted follower for some reason. And it's like, bro, where did any of this come from? And Daniel acts like this no matter how you've treated Daniel, he acts this way. No matter how you treated him. So if you treated him the best you can, he will still just say, fuck my brother, I'm gonna like pay attention to this guy constantly. So I don't know what Daniel's issue is here, but we're already off to a bad start because Daniel just is worshiping Finn like nobody's business. And where is... And this whole section here can eat the biggest bag of fucking dicks around. This whole weed section here of... Yeah, well, yeah, I get that. But the point is, it comes out of nowhere. Like, yet again, I get, you know, maybe Don't Nod wanted to, like, drive a wedge between the brothers, cause some drama, right? I get that. But why are you doing that no matter the choices that I'm making? I've been treating Daniel the best way that he can be treated, right? And he still just says, fuck you, I'm gonna pay attention to this guy because, I don't know, I think he's cooler than you. I just don't know. And then as far as this scene goes on for way too long, snipping these fucking weed buds in this QTE event for no reason. This whole scene could have just been a cutscene. A quick cutscene, because the only thing that even matters in this whole cutscene is Hannah here and Cassidy just butting heads and like arguing with each other. That's literally it. And considering that none of these characters really show up in any meaningful way past this episode, really makes all of this so pointless. Because we're building dynamics between characters that do not show up again. So it's like, why are we spending all this time building up people that are not gonna show up and don't matter to the real plot of the game to begin with? So after we get through this asinine weed clipping section, and Finn is over here like hitting on you. Yes, exactly. This did go on this whole thing went on for way longer than it needed to. There is so much padding in here that it is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. Not nearly as bad as episode 2 though with the grandparents, because the grandparents are mostly like gone most of that episode, and then you hang out with Chris a little bit, so that kind of helps out. But for the most part, Sean and Daniel are kind of like alone during a majority of the second episode. So they really have no one to bounce off of except each other. So it's kind of, there's really nothing much going on there. But then we get this episode, then we get episode 3 here, and we have the whole hobo town, this little hobo camp, with all these people, and all of them are relatively pointless, because a majority of them disappear before the episode is even done. Like, most of them do not even participate in the climax of this episode, like, at all. And Finn is also like trying to spit game to like Sean a little bit and stuff. Not as bad as he's not as bad as Vin is in Double Exposure, but he is kind of a little bit annoying because he's kind of laying it on a little thick, but it's like, eh. And big spikes of earth-shattering importance. I don't know if earth-shattering importance you mean by extremely contrived situations to just force drama and to force like plot to happen. I don't know. But yeah, so we're over here connecting with Cassidy here and stuff because Cassidy was the romance option that I like kind of go with more. And then here I am like just talking to everybody. And then we help do some chores around the place, which doesn't really do much of anything. And then you go with Daniel to train with some powers. Yes, I definitely felt the sarcasm with the quotes around earth-shattering importance. But yeah, so we're having this nice little moment here, right? We have this nice little bonding moment with Sean and Daniel, right? We're having all of this like fun. And then we're going to a different area so that way he, do more training with his powers, right? So we're doing all that. All normal stuff, right? And where is this extremely stupid scene? And then so this is where we call out Daniel for his really stupid attitude, that his real back and forth attitude that he's been just having throughout this whole episode. This whole episode, he's just back and forth all over the place. Like, I have no idea what he's even doing. Yes, it did. Which I get their whole the because I get the because you said it lacked that you felt it lacked an overall arcing story or mystery like the original Life is Strange did, like True Colors did, and like Double Exposure did. Yes. The only thing that is the only real story that overarching story that Life is Strange 2 really had is Sean's very adamant and very stupid determination to go to Mexico, which, mind you, which, mind you, he says that his dad like has a house there and some relatives there. So he's going to take his brother to Mexico on a very blind possibility that his dad still has a house there with family members that we don't even hear from or even has a chance to like hear from. So he's literally just doing all this off a giant hunch. And it's like, bro, why? Like, why are we doing any of this? So the overall point of the game is getting to Mexico. That's pretty much the point of the game, is getting there. Which could be fine, but which could be a fine thing to do. Not saying. Yeah, it really is. Um, Especially as I said before, considering that you can prove that Daniel has powers. All Daniel needs to do is levitate a bunch of shit around a group of people, and you can prove that the entire beginning of the game was an accident. Like, I don't understand like what like why are there so much on the run trying to run away from stuff when Daniel has a power that is so easy to prove to anybody that he has it. So I don't really I don't understand. And yes, well, yeah, but even though like you said, because you said even before even Life is Strange Before the Storm had an overarching narrative of learning about Chloe and Rachel's relationship, like how that happened. Even that game still uh put in a mystery, even though the mystery is not a very complex one, which is learning about her father's secret, the father's affair with the lady, and who the lady is, and all that stuff. But all of that is still intertwined with the Chloe and Rachel dynamic. So even though the main like conflict of that game is not a very big one, it's still a more personal plot that does link back uh, to the main relationship that is the heart and soul of that game, which was the Chloe Rachel dynamic. Um, and yes, also like you said, it's very clear that it really seems like Life is Strange 2 had a lot of, like you said, a lack of direction. Um, or like or maybe another way to put it is they had a direction that they wanted to go. Like they clearly had a point A and a point C. They had a way. They're like, okay, Sean and Daniel are on the run, and they have to get to Mexico, right? That's your point A and your point C. That's your beginning and that's your end. The problem is they had no idea how they were going to get them from point A to point C because they didn't figure out what the hell is going to be point B. Like, what is going to happen in the middle of all of that that's going to get you from the beginning to the end. And it really feels like they just meander, like, so much. Even the second episode, when you're in the grandparents' house, you're just chilling in that house by yourself for a majority of the episode. And a lot of people that I've seen, the second episode is like one of the most hated episodes because a lot of people felt like nothing really happens in that episode. Like the episode is just wasted. Which when I played it for the first time, that's exactly how it felt to me. I was like, bro, I'm just chilling around in this house, pretty much like doing nothing. And then the only saving grace is when I'm hanging out with Chris and his dad when we go to pick up the Christmas tree. That's like the only real thing that really happens. But yeah, I also to go back to some of the previous points you were making, Triune, that I'm reading here. Before the Storm did do way more in 3 episodes than I feel this game, Life is Strange 2, did in 5. Like, it really feels like this Life is Strange 2 could have been condensed into 4, maybe 3 episodes. Like, there was no reason this game needed to be 5 episodes long. Like, there is way too much padding and stuff that I could just chuck in the trash and condense everything into a more streamlined and concise story. Speaking of random things at the wall and seeing what sticks, I think that was pretty much what happens in episode 4 once we get to it. Because we're literally going down the list of all the issues that I have with Daniel, that he constantly does throughout the whole game. So we have this scene here, right? So let me see if I could put some audio for this one. So in this scene, we're confronting Daniel about his shitty attitude that he's been having treating Sean, right? Even though previously here, throughout the game, I've been nice to him, helping him. Even within this episode, I've been helping Daniel with the chores around the camp. I've been helping him. And he's also technically has been nice too, because he's been like, okay, you help me with the chores, and then I could help you also. So it goes back to his like back and forth, like being mean, being nice thing that he's been doing throughout this whole episode. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things like you said that that you heard from so many people that Life is Strange 2 is their favorite game. Like um like I get it. Uh like I get that as I've said, this game has the most like endings and stuff in a game and stuff. Hold on a minute. I will be right back. Hold that thought. Okay, I'm back. Had to had to make a quick bathroom break, really quickly. Uh, but yeah. In any case, it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But yeah, it's like I was saying. Um, it's one of those things where I really haven't. I really when people have said, thank you, thank you. When people have said uh, that they really like Life is Strange too, I haven't really heard like the biggest like argument for it, like the biggest defense of it. Like usually when I talk to certain Life is Strange fans who like the second game, and I bring up certain points, most of the time they actually agree with me. But for whatever reason, they still really like the game. So I don't really know what I don't know what to tell you on that one. uh, but let's see. Let's see this this little scene here play out.
For no reason.
A thing regardless.
Am I a bad big brother? Because I hang out with other people?
You're always with them. That sucks.
Oh, come on, Daniel.
Bet you don't even want me around anymore.
Don't say that. You know it's always you and me, Nanu.
Okay. As the scene goes, before we continue the scene here. So, yeah, that's another thing that's annoying to me is how much a lot of people really like Daniel. Like, I think because Daniel is a kid, that a lot of people seem to give him a pass for all the stupidity and problems that he causes throughout the whole game. And I don't think uh, that is a correct thing to do, because it's like, why are you giving the kid a pass just because he's a kid? That's not how you that's not how you raise a kid and teach them like right from wrong and stuff like that. That's not how you do that. So I don't know why. But to get back to the little point I was gonna throw in here with what Daniel says here. His argument for being a very inconsistent asshole throughout this whole episode so far is he is jealous that Sean is giving like the other uh specifically Cassidy. Because if you romance Cassidy, Daniel's main point of jealousy is that you're giving Cassidy some attention more than him. Which, keep in mind, at the beginning of the episode, and through pretty much the rest of the episode, like the whole thing, Daniel is not paying attention to you, but giving all of his praise to Finn. So it's like, bro, shouldn't it be the other way around? You're the one that is giving this guy all the attention. So shouldn't I be the jealous one? And also to keep him to that point, Cassidy can even call it out and kind of like tell you like, oh, like because she'll see you like watching Finn and Daniel like uh like chumming it up and like talking and whatnot, and Cassidy will tell you like, oh, are you feeling like a little jealous, Sean, and like stuff like that. Like she'll even point it out, and you could either agree with her, or you could pretty much be like kind of brush it off and be like, well, Sean, well, you know, like, hey, Daniel can, you know, make friends on his own and like stuff like that and whatnot. So it's like, and then, so it's like, okay, and then now we come to this, and then it's like, you're jealous that I'm giving, in this case, Cassidy all this attention, and you're mad? When I have been, well, as far as this playthrough goes, I was being pretty supportive of his, of the little friendship that he has with Finn and stuff, right? So it's like, okay, you know the old saying, rules for thee, but not for me. But let's continue this scene real quick, because this gets even worse.
I mean, never mind.
That's it. Enough. You're being a brat. Can't say anything without you having a shit fit. We're family. We still have a long way to go. And we have to go together. Right? I know it sucks. But you have to grow up now. Daniel, stop it! Stop it, Daniel! No!
I'm not a kid anymore.
Is it just me? Is it just me? Or did that scene come off very threatening? Like, yeah, exactly. Life is strange, double standards. But is it just me, or did that scene come off as very threatening? He displays how powerful he is by lifting up that big dead tree trunk, and then he looks back at Sean with that look on his face, like, bruh, this is how strong I am. I can lift this up, and I could potentially just like drop this like on your head and like squash you like a bug. And you wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it. Like, this scene like annoyed the shit out of me, because this comes off as like very threatening. Yeah, exactly. Threatening and super petty. Yeah, exactly. Um let's where's so we do that. And then, bro, he does this threatening thing, right? And then we have this little drinking thing with the campfire with a bunch of characters that are gonna fuck off later. And then, like, we're chilling, we're doing whatever, right? I draw a couple of things, and whatnot. Because one of the collectibles in this game is like having opportunities to draw stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's how I read the scene. Because it's literally him raising the tree trunk. He raises the tree trunk and he looks back at you while he's holding it in the air. With a very, like, mean look on his face. So it's like, bruh, how am I supposed to take that scene? And then, like, as we're doing all this and stuff, so we're chilling here, we're doing all this, where's the moment later? This is also the moment here where you can confirm, like, Sean's, sexuality. So you can confirm, like, fully confirm who you're gonna, romance, whether it's, Cassidy or Finn. So it's at this point that you could confirm either or. Because later, towards the end of this scene, you can go back to their tent and have, like, lovey-dovey time. If you know what I mean. Hey, yo, look who's back. So, welcome back. So after we do this scene, so here we go. So you get this moment now where you can go to bed, because Daniel wants to go to sleep, right? He's getting, like, tired, right? In this scene too, you can also offer to give Daniel, like, beer and stuff too. So you could be, like, a really bad influence and endorse underage drinking, which is not great. Yeah, bisexual disasters. Oh yeah, that is Sean in a nutshell. But yeah. But in this scene, you choose whether to stay to get a haircut, which I believe your haircut is either from Cassidy or Finn, depending on who you're trying to romance. Or you can end the scene and not get your lovey-dovey time with either Finn or Cassidy, and just go to bed with Daniel. If it goes without saying though that no, technically that does include Chloe, technically, Triune, because Chloe does mention that she did go through a boy toy phase. So she did go through her phase where she was figuring out, like, is she bi or does she lean more towards, like, just being a flat out lesbian? Which by the end of, which over the course of Before the Storm, we find out that she leans more heavily towards the lesbian side. When considering your final boyfriend may have potentially been Elliot in that game, I wouldn't be surprised. I would want to switch teams also if that was the last relationship that I had of the opposite sex. Because holy shit, Elliot was a gigantic red flag. But anyway, back to this. So it goes without saying that if you don't go to bed with Daniel, then Daniel's gonna be a pissy shit still anyway. No, she. Oh, I. No, 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 no. The Triune. I would not wish that on Chloe at all. She did not date Nathan. She didn't date Nathan. She said she met him at a bar and she was trying to like extort some money off of Nathan. And he ended up like being one step ahead of her, and that's how he like drugged her and like stuff like that. Which is how you get that picture of Chloe that you can find in Nathan's room when she's like curled up on the floor, and she definitely looks like she's like on some drugs, like she's definitely been drugged. But yeah, but yeah, but so yeah, Daniel does all of this. So so for this play, so for me, Daniel was already pissed off at me anyway, and he did just threaten me by squishing me like a bug with this giant fucking tree trunk that he lifted out of the fucking lake. So I pretty much was like, fuck it, I'm gonna stick around with Cassidy and get my hair cut. So fuck you. At that point. Um so pretty much so we go through all the Cassidy business with this. And then we get uh back to Merle's farm, right? Uh, to do the little montage here. So we do the little montage here. Well, I'm glad I reminded you. That's why I'm here. I I remember the most like obscure things that well, not really obscure. It's one of those things where I have if you give me a situation where I'm in a game and I have to look at everything, I'm going to walk around and literally look at everything I can find. And then I'm going to read it, I'm going to examine things, and I'm going to see if any of that is important, and if I'm going to like piece things together with what I find. If you're giving me that opportunity, I am going to take it all the way. So, and the Life is Strange games are obviously like perfect for that. Like these narrative type games are perfect to just walk around, look at everything, examine everything, try to figure stuff out, and things like that. So, um, but in any case, so after the montage here, this is uh, where we're going to get paid. So we're waiting outside of Meryl's place, because he's getting our payment ready, right? So he's getting our payment ready, and we're just chilling out here waiting, right? So eventually, um, so they got paid. So they're gone. They're leaving. There's my haircut that Cassidy gave me. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you. My my memory is relatively like really good, but yet again, one of the main reasons I remember like these stuff as much as I do is because I have played these like several times. Except Life is Strange 2. I believe Life is Strange 2 I played through it twice. I played through it on my, off stream. I played it, and then when I streamed it, with the videos that I'm using for reference here, the streams that I did, this was my second time playing through Life is Strange 2. This was my second time going through the whole game from beginning to end. And I believe, because I didn't touch Life is Strange 2 until Double Exposure was announced. And I was pretty much like, okay, Life is Strange 2 is the only Life is Strange game that I never played for myself. So I was like, you know what? It's on sale for really cheap. Let me buy it and then I'll go through it. So that way when Double Exposure comes out, I pretty much played through all of them. Right? And that's pretty much what happened. So, and then I didn't touch it until I streamed it for these streams. So this was like literally the second time I played the game, like ever. So, but yeah. Plus it also goes to show how ridiculously like stupid and impactful a lot of these scenes were, where even though I only played it like one time before this, that I remembered literally all this stuff because I was literally like most of my playthrough really pissed off and screaming at the screen like why the fuck is any of this happening? So, yeah. But in any case, so now we're getting called in to get our payment, because he's calling us in like one group at a time, right? And then right here, see, Sean tells him to wait outside because, you know, only the grown-ups are gonna get the money, right? So literally Sean's telling him, wait outside. I'll only be a few minutes. I'll get our money. And then I'll just come back and get you. And then we just go back to camp. Easy, right? Right? Easy. Like, play with the dog. There's a dog literally right there. Play with the dog. So we get in. We're going to get our money. This scene plays out a little differently. Depending on how well you did out at the stupid cutting weed mini game. So if you did real well on that, then Meryl is pretty overall happy with you. So it's like you're winning Employee of the Month award at that point. But yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get money. Alright, so he's about to give us money, right? And then Big Joe comes in with fucking Daniel. Like, look at this. Look, we're about to get the money, and then Big Joe comes walking in with fucking Daniel out of Meryl's room. Because this is Meryl's room. So for some asinine, stupid reason, Daniel just decides to sneak into Meryl's room just because. And then he gets caught by the fucking bodyguard here. I will reserve the final judgment for when we get to like the overall like ranking of everything together. Once we take what the soundtrack was, the characters were, and the like the individual episodes and everything, once we take that all into account, then we'll pretty much tally it all up and then see where each thing is going to be placed. But I will say, Life is Strange 2 and Double Exposure are definitely fighting for the bottom of the list. So, they are definitely fighting to be last. So, which one will win? We shall see. But in any case, so Daniel gets caught here. For whatever reason, he went into Marrow's room, even though we told him, like, bro, we were just about to get the money, too. We were just about to get paid. All you had to do was literally stay sitting right outside. I pointed out the dog. The dog was sitting right next to him. So it was like, go, bro, just play with the dog. And he completely fucks it up. Because Daniel does this, Marrow gets understandably pissed off. Like, I can't get mad at Marrow for being mad. Right? Like, I can't. I can't. He's completely justified with being mad. So, Cassidy, I appreciate that she was trying to be ride or die in that scene. And she's trying to have our back and be like, hey, you know, he was just, like, following his brother. He's really attached to his brother, so relax, type of thing. I appreciate it, but Daniel completely fucked all that up. So, in the end, Marrow decides that nobody gets paid. So, nobody gets paid here. And Daniel and Sean get fired, which is understandable. I appreciate that Cassidy and Finn are trying to, like, back me up here. I like how Jacob is just chilling in the background like, bro, I am staying completely out of this. So technically, the only two people that got paid, I believe, was just the married couple that we saw leave earlier. So technically, they're the only ones that got paid. Everyone else, because of Daniel's fuck up, doesn't get paid. Everyone doesn't get paid. Well, everyone else doesn't get paid. So obviously Big Joe gets a little roughhousey with the kid to teach him a lesson. And then Daniel uses his powers to swing the thing around. So now his powers are out in the open. So now Jacob knows he has powers. Finn knows he has powers. And Cassidy knows he has powers. Big Joe obviously doesn't because he got hit in the back of the head, so he didn't see shit. And Marrow didn't see anything either because he went back into his room before Big Joe started getting physical with Daniel. So that's how that goes. I take the rap for it, so Big Joe will punch me in the face and give me a nice black eye. So yeah. And then now, obviously, Daniel demonstrates he has powers to everybody to confirm all the shit that they saw. So there's that. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah. Also, I think, what was it? Did everyone else fuck off too? Yeah. Penny's gone, Hannah's gone, and the married couple are also gone. So yeah, they just leave. and then pretty much telling everyone to keep Daniel's secret. So everyone agrees, like, not to say shit about Daniel, right? Jacob leaves, so he leaves, so he's not gonna be involved in any of the ending shenanigans here. And also when Finn comes up with this dumbass plan of going to Meryl's place and saving and stealing the money.
Yesterday I was coming back from the doctor.
Get hit a shirt. Get him a shirt that says, I messed with Big Joe and all I got was this lousy black eye. Oh, that is true. So yeah, so Finn comes up with this dumb plan. Cassidy is like, are you fucking stupid? I think you've been hitting that fucking pot way too fucking hard. You're fucking crazy. Obviously you could side with him, like encourage the plan or not. I obviously was like, are you fucking crazy? No. And then Cassidy is making it abundantly clear to him, you're fucking nuts. Don't even bring this up again. Don't even, like, mention this dumbass plan again. So, pretty much that goes that way. We make it back to camp. Finn kind of apologizes here. Kind of. Because it's not going to matter in a few minutes. So he kind of takes one last shot at trying to convince you to go along with the dumbass plan. As you can see, I tell him no. So now he kind of stops talking about it. But kind of not really. He's got the reefer madness. Yeah, just about. Oh, okay, there's Penny. So everyone got paid. So I guess everyone else got paid and just went back to camp. So everyone else missed the whole powers thing and all that stuff. So in any case, all these guys, well, all these people end up fucking leaving. Because the only ones that matter by the end of this is just Finn and Cassidy. So you pretty much talk to everyone like, well, one last time because everyone's gonna go fuck off after this anyway. So none of these characters really do much of anything. So we do that. I let Cassidy give me a tattoo, so that's funny. We go skinny dipping, so yay. And then we end up going back to her tent, and we end up making lovey-dovey time. So technically, Sean is the only Life is Strange character that we know that has been in a sexual relationship on screen 100% and not just talked about. Because most of the time we're just told these things, but with Sean, like, we actually see it, so. So now we're end up, what was it? Finn has taken, in our playthrough, Finn takes Daniel to go steal the money from Meryl. So Finn goes and takes it. Takes Daniel to go get the money. And we're trying to go follow them to stop them from doing this stupid shit. Funny point here is if you have a more negative relationship with Daniel, Daniel will be the one to force Vin to go along with stealing the money from Meryl. So yeah, depending on your choices, Daniel could be an even worse fucking asshole than he already is. Or rather, I should say, than he already is forced to be. Because the plot demands that he is this fucking much of an asshole. So either way, we get there, right? We get there, we stop them before they're able to get into Meryl's room to steal the money. So we stop them. We're over here talking literally outside his door. And obviously the most obvious thing is going to happen. And then here's your final decision of whether you're still going to go through with stealing the money or not. Yo, the game is really determined to get you to steal this money. Because they're constantly asking you, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? So now he gets Daniel gets pouty, right? So we tell him that we're not doing the plan, right? And this is how well this goes.
Sean, please. We're done, Finn. Come on, Daniel.
No, why should I? We couldn't even find
Especially
you.
when he...
You were with her, right?
Who gives a shit? Let's go. Now.
No, I'm sick of all this. For weeks, you just hang out with her.
Which hit Daniel's outburst here is so dumb and stupid. And then he just breaks into Meryl's room.
On Finn's dick
What are you doing here?
the whole beginning part of the episode.
And then just walks into Meryl in his room with a fucking shotgun. So Meryl has a shotgun pointed at both of them. Which, to be fair, with all the shouting and everything that was happening right outside his door, he most likely has already gotten up because the lights are on, went to go get the shotgun, and has literally been standing there waiting for them to come in, to see if they even come in. Oh, dear Lord. So depending on the situation here, you could actually get Finn to get his brains shot out by that shotgun, depending on what happens here. So, for my playthrough, I made sure that Finn didn't get fucking murdered. But yeah, either way, lines them all up. Obviously, you can not go along with what he's saying to calm him down, or you just make things worse. And then Finn's over here trying to tell Daniel to use his powers to get him out of this situation. And it's like, bro, Finn, you're so fucking stupid. Meanwhile, and then justifiably, Meryl's like, yo, sit your ass fucking down. So obviously he needs to make an example out of somebody. He also reasons that Meryl literally says, I don't take joy in doing this, but if I don't do this, there are the people I work for are way worse than me. And I also have a family, so if I don't do it, they're gonna come after my family also. So it's the type of thing that makes Meryl way more, in the very small amount of time he has, makes him more more gray than a flat out like asshole villain. But yeah, so right here, he pretty much is pointing the gun at Marrow's. I mean, Marrow's pointing the gun at Finn's head. So pretty much you could tell Daniel to use his powers to make sure Finn doesn't fucking die. You too. Have a good night, Bao. But yeah, so Daniel's so for this, obviously I use Daniel's powers because I don't want Finn to get murdered. Plus a shotgun blast to his fucking skull. That's gonna be bad. So obviously Marrow's sidearm gets knocked out during that tackle. He gets it, and right before Daniel can use his powers again, Daniel gets shot in the shoulder. Which isn't going to be the first time Daniel's going to get shot in the shoulder. And then now, obviously, his powers go out of control. And it pretty much kind of destroys the room. So everyone is unconscious because no one dies like in this scene. And Daniel is missing, and the safe is open, and there's a there you go. The safe is open, and there's a bunch of money like strewn around. So yeah, I know, right? So now, and then we get the reveal that Sean loses an eye, and that's pretty much how the episode ended. Which, yet again, Daniel's the main reason that whole scenario even happened. All Daniel had to do was just sit outside and then just wait to get paid. But for a very unexplainable, stupid reason, he just decides to go into the boss's room and piss him off, and he decides not to pay anybody, which is the whole reason for Finn's very dumbass fucking plan to begin with. So yet again, just causing issues. So now we get into what was it? Part Life is Strange 2, goddamn Daniel. Yeah. So now we get into the fourth episode, where you discover that you've been staying in this hospital recovering while you're under police supervision because you have a guard outside your room at all times. Excuse me. And you have a FBI officer that comes to see you regularly and stuff. Well, implied to see you regularly. You only have this one scene with her. So there she is, Agent Flores. You also pretty much like find out throughout this like what happened to everyone else. So pretty much everyone else was questioned. Hannah, like Penny, Cassidy, Finn, I believe, is damn, Sean lost his eye so hard it took his haircut with it. Yeah. But yeah, so pretty much just shows like what happened to everybody. None of them were technically arrested. They were all like questioned, The only one that is really in police custody, I believe, is Meryl, and presumably his bodyguard, because they were the one in that ran the operation, the weed farm, and all that stuff. Um, and technically Finn, because Finn is also in the hospital. I don't think they specify specifically why he's in the hospital, because he didn't look really injured anyway. And then in the opportunity where you do actually see him, where you can see him and talk to him, he doesn't really look all that messed up anyway. So kind of doesn't really matter at that point. You also had the nice nurse there, Joey. The nurse was a nice guy. You could use him to help you, like, break out of the hospital, but I pretty much just do it on my own, because I'm like, Joey was too nice, and it was like, bro, why am I gonna get him involved in this and get him arrested for federal crimes, since, you know, Sean is here under FBI federal supervision. So it's like, you aiding me to break me out is going to be a federal offense at that point. So it's like, why am I going to ruin this guy's life? But in any case, I get out, I break out, and as you're making your way, downstairs, this is where you find Finn, who's in a room that's like in the floor below you. And then at this point, you could like talk to him, which pretty much goes well. He pretty much like is like, oh, I was an asshole. I was very stupid in going through with the plan. You all told me it was a dumb idea not to do it, and I didn't listen and everything. And he doesn't rat you out that you're escaping and stuff. So that's fine. So that's Finn's last little like redemption scene, you could kind of say. So that pretty much does that. And then you finally get a car. Also, the main reason you're breaking out too is because you have information on where Daniel is. So you're breaking out because you want to go find Daniel. So, because if it wasn't for that, Sean probably would have just stood in the hospital. But because he has a tip on where Daniel is, then that's why he leaves. And then we get this little thing where we go to sleep. I do appreciate that when we're doing this first-person view, as you can see, since Sean has one eye, his peripheral vision on that side is blurred and he can't see. So the camera like reflects that by having the corners here like blacked out, so that way you can't totally see like the whole screen when you're in first person view like this. So yeah, that's a nice little touch. They didn't have to do that, but they did do it. So, and then right when I have some praise, we get we get this nice little flashback scene with their dad, which is also reminiscent of Chloe's dream sequences that she's having with William in Before the Storm. Every time Chloe like is sleeping, like every time she falls asleep, she has these dreams of William, which over the course of the game get progressively like more dark and fucked up as they went on. But that's pretty much what these little flashback dream sequences that Daniel has with his dad. It's pretty much like kind of the same. The only difference is these are consistently like happy memories. So none of this turns into like a dark, like fucked up, like horror like dream. So that's one thing. Okay, so after after you get woken up by these two racist redneck people, and then they just end up like berating you and stuff. And also, if you're not quick enough with your responses, like they start getting like violent and stuff. Like as you saw, I wasn't quick enough to choose a thing, so he ended up like shoving me against the car. And shoving me out the way. So eventually though, his buddy here starts to get uncomfortable and okay, this is getting a little too far. But obviously this guy is a uber racist asshole, so he's gonna keep pushing things no matter what, even though his buddy is trying to tell him like chill a little bit. Like you're kind of pushing things a little too far. Keep in mind too, the reason why these two are harassing Sean to begin with is because they say that he is on their land. And you wouldn't hit a Cyclops, would you? I know, right? What would have been cool is if Sean raised his eye patch and like a red beam came out of his eye and just vaporized him. But yeah, they say he's on their land. Which, keep in mind, every scene that they do a wide shot where you see like the landscape and everything, there is absolutely no houses, no home, no farm, no fence, no nothing to show that this is their land of any kind. Like, it's literally these two guys show up in their pickup truck and are just harassing him for literally no reason. Just to be racist assholes. And it doesn't matter really what you do here. Like, even if you comply with him, and just accept the humiliation to try to, like, prevent, like, a physical altercation from happening, you're still humiliated. At the very least, you don't get, like, severely assaulted. Oh, no, I think you do. Yeah, because he's gonna hit me. Oh, okay, I thought he was gonna hit me. Okay, so at least with this, we didn't get hit. But yeah. Like, this whole scene was so unnecessary. Like, you could have just had him, you literally could have just had him fall asleep. The only thing of note is that the gas is running low on the car, so obviously he's not going to be able to use the car to get to where Daniel is. So he's going to have to ditch the car. But then again, you could have just had that showing in the scene before he goes to bed. So you literally could have just had him fall asleep, have the dream, and then just cut to him literally just walking down the road. Like that whole racist like diatribe that literally accomplished nothing. You could just take that out and nothing is different. Especially with, yet again, they don't do anything with any of this racist stuff that they're bringing up. It's just there. Life is Strange 2, get off our land. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what the two racist guys do. So in any case, you make it to, you get this truck driver. You could accept his offer of like driving you to where you gotta go, which is fine because the truck driver is a genuinely like nice dude. He gives you like he offers you food and like stuff like that too, so he's genuinely nice. And then he drops you off at the cult's church, which is where Daniel is. This is where you meet what was it, Jacob's well, you don't know it's Jacob's little sister, but you also find out well, you're gonna find out later, but that Jacob was the one that found Daniel like unconscious at the end of the third episode, and he's the one that broke into the safe and took all the money and took Daniel with him and had the bright idea of taking him to this cult church. And when he realized that he fucked up, it was already too late and he couldn't get Daniel like out of the church at that point. So Jacob is gonna like try to ask for your help to like get Daniel out and get his little sister out of the cult too, so that way she could get treated because she's really sick, and the leader of the cult, Lisbeth, doesn't believe in medicine, even though she's taking medicine for a fucking yeast infection, which you find out later when you break into her house and start snooping around. You find that she has yeast infection medicine. So it's like, oh no, the sick little girl doesn't get medicine, but your fucking stinky ass vagina can get fucking medicine. Yeah, so I'm just fucking around here real quick, and this is where you get her service. So all these people, all her devoted followers, drag that bitch. You kind of can later, towards the climax of the episode, but that's only if you're going down like the really dark path. Like you could do that. But for this playthrough, I didn't do that because, you know, I'm trying to make sure Daniel is not a 100% irredeemable, like, asshole. Even though he's given me so many reasons to treat him that way. But at this point, I'm actively fighting against the game to try to make Daniel do what I want. But the game is constantly fighting me every chance it gets. Yeah, she has her little sermon here, brings out Daniel. He has his very shitty haircut. Like Daniel looks insanely horrible with that little fucking haircut he has. Like, bro, the only one that was able to pull off that haircut was Mo Howard, and that's it. And you're not gonna compete with Mo Howard, alright? So in any case, you see him do a demonstration. He raises, oh no, he doesn't raise it yet. Now he raises it. Because now she tells him to demonstrate in front of, like, all the followers. And then he raises the cross, makes it float in front of them and everything. And you have all these religious people on their knees, praising the Lord, the guy crying and whatnot, like all these fucking sycophantic, like, assholes. And then he puts it back and then pretty much ends the service and everyone just leaves. And meanwhile, you, like, obviously depressed up here. Something smells fish. Life is Strange 2. Something smells fishy, and it ain't just the cult lady. That is so true. And then meanwhile, Jacob's little sister here, Sarah, I believe. You pretty much find some information from Sarah about what's going on. You also kind of find out that Daniel is, like, this is, like, Daniel's, like, friend, like Sarah. And you do find out later that Daniel kind of develops, like, a crush on Sarah, so Daniel gets, well, a wannabe girlfriend. It's not like they ever really, cement the fact that they're gonna be boyfriend and girlfriend, because she's gonna fuck off by the end of this episode and never be seen again, so that kind of goes nowhere. At least Daniel gets a love interest that is his own age, instead of constantly wanting to get with Lila, even though Lila is like Sean's age. So it's like, bro, by the time she's legal age, you're still gonna be underage. So there is so many issues with you trying to get into that relationship. But in any case, at least Daniel gets somebody else. Life is Strange 2, Lila who? Hey, that kind of rhymed. Yay. But yeah, you find out the information from her. And then you meet Daniel. Because once you tell her that you're Daniel's brother and everything, she's like, oh, you have to see him. Like, he's really, wants to see you. Like, he didn't know, like, what, like, happened to you and everything, right? So you meet. So look, he sees him, and then Daniel immediately just runs, you know, to hug you. It's like, okay, he's glad to see you, everything's good. Meanwhile, Lisbeth is over there shitting her pants because, you know, Sean is potentially going to be able to take away her meal ticket. Because, you know, she's raking in a bunch of money. Hey. Like I said, it doesn't work for Daniel. That haircut doesn't work for him. The only one that was able to pull that off was Mo Howard. So, you can't top Mo Howard, Daniel. Alright? Exactly. Only Mo. But yeah, they're all good, right? Like, look at that. They're good. They're like teasing each other. Everything's fine. And then, well, obviously telling you I thought you were dead. I had no idea what was going on with you. Love me some Stooges. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Now that you mentioned that, hold on. Let me switch to full camera mode real quick. Hold on. There you go. There you go. There's there's your Three Stooges right there. Yeah, this collection here has all of the shorts. So all the Three Stooges shorts are in here, and the movies that they made, that they starred in, are also in here. So it pretty much like has everything you could pretty much want. See? I also have to upgrade this eventually because they did re-release these on Blu-ray, and they remastered them for the Blu-ray release. So I do wanna upgrade this for the Blu-ray collection, because the Blu-ray collection pretty much has like everything that's in here. They just upscaled it for Blu-ray. Let me move this back in position. There you go. And let me put this back on the shelf. There we go. Ah. Yes. Like I've always been like a big Three Stooges fan. Um, Let me go back to full camera real quick. I've always been a big Three Stooges fan. Like I pretty much grew up watching them on what was it, the classic cable channels that would always rerun like classic TV shows. So I would always watch like the Three Stooges shorts when they would like run like little like block marathons of those. The original Addams Family TV show, and the original Monsters TV show. Like those are like of like the black and white days of TV. like those three are usually like the ones that I really like. I really really love watching. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Nice, nice to meet a fellow, meeting a fellow stooge. You know, they're always that we always have to have more and more stooges in the world. You know.
Hey, hey, Joe, Joe. Joe, forget about what's on the floor.
Let's see. All right, so here, um, so you're about to convince Daniel to leave with you, and then uh, you're you're definitely in good company here. fellow Stooges unite. Um, but yeah. So Lisbeth is doing her like best uh to convince Daniel to stay, which obviously Daniel is uh reluctant to stay. Like you heard him. It was like, bro, I want to talk to my brother. I haven't seen him in like months. I forget how many months are supposed to have passed between the third and fourth episode. You could pretty much get an idea of how long it's been, because I believe his journal entries I think are dated. Um, so you could figure it out if you go into like the journal and like stuff like that. Um, but yeah, so she pretty much gets us, as you can see, gets Sarah to go play with Daniel, spend some time with her while I talk to your brother. Which she's going to lay it on pretty thick to try to gaslight you into believing that you don't care like about Daniel and that he should stay here and stuff like that. Uh, which is all sorts of hilarious. Which obviously we're like not gonna believe any of her shit. So obviously she's gonna do that, and then she's gonna do a Karen move, and pretty much like make believe that you like hit her a lot harder than she really was shoved. Because technically he just kind of moved her out the way, but she over exaggerated it to make herself fall on the floor. Just so conveniently, Daniel can walk in and make it seem like Sean assaulted her and make uh, yeah, see? And then he immediately sides with her, which is like, bruh. See, like she's severely trying to gaslight him. Oh, no, no, no. Just because their mom is named Karen doesn't necessarily mean she is the Karen. This this yeast infection is definitely the Karen. So now Daniel wants to stay, even though like 5 minutes ago he was ready to leave with Sean. So now he just wants to, now he wants to stay. And then obviously the bodyguard kicks him out. Sarah conveniently is having one of her sick episodes, so that makes him makes Daniel stay even more. So now he just gets kicked out, throws all his stuff. Uh, do I get up? What do I do here? Okay, I did nothing. Okay. If you do try to get up, he does hit you right back down to the ground. So, and obviously he pulls out a gun because now you find out that he actually does have a gun. So that kind of complicates things. And pretty much threatens you to be like, if I see you around here again, I'm going to use this gun on you. And then it's at this point that Karen shows up. So now you finally meet, this is where you finally meet Sean and Daniel's mother. And you go to the motel room that she's staying at. During this whole like section, you can try to repair your relationship with that is funny and dark at the same time. Sarah is like a Stooges box set. She's so sick, dude. That's messed up. But I appreciate the dark humor though with that joke though. But yeah, so now you just fuck around here until Karen comes back because she went out to go get some shit. So you just fuck around here for a little bit. If you noticed, on the on my book bag, I have the original Life is Strange book bag patches on the book bag, because you can see like the anarchy symbol and the like blue butterfly here. So and this is you see the letter that Jacob sent Karen, which this explains why Karen is here, like why she showed up here, how she knows about everything. And then you could see the little tablet there. Find out more information. Call Jacob to pretty much tell him where they're at. We're gonna meet up to discuss like a plan on how we're gonna break in and get Daniel and Sarah out of here. So where is okay? Because it takes a while for Karen to finally come back. Hey, a wise man once said, "There is no light without darkness, so I try to make light out of dark things." And that is true, and very wise. So in my playthrough here, I did attempt to repair the relationship and stuff with Karen. So we did kind of resolve things. even though she never gives you a real straight answer on why the fuck she just up and left. Like, she's really vague about that and not really, like, concrete on why specifically she just left. Which, as I said, is one of the main problems I have with Karen, is that her reasoning for leaving is not very satisfying. Yeah, it pretty much, her reason for leaving pretty much amounts to, I kind of didn't want to, like, be a mother anymore, so I decided to just up and leave. Like apparently it was, like, too hard for her or whatnot, and she just decided to just fuck off and leave. And then now she decides to try to be a mother and, like, help him. Yeah, like you said, it pretty much amounts to, like, yeah, I just don't wanna. That's pretty much how that works. Because she ends up leaving after Daniel. After a little while after Daniel's born, so it could be kind of insinuated that maybe she could handle, like, raising one kid, but now that Daniel's there and there's, like, a second kid, I guess it was too much for her. I would have argued if one kid was too hard for you to handle, then why the fuck do you have another one? Like at that point you're an adult. Like you're not a kid. Like usually a kid is supposed to make dumb sexual decisions. Like when you're young and you're naive and you don't know any better. But when you're a grown-ass woman, like you would think, like, okay, I don't want to have another kid. Let me take the measures to not have a kid again. So, yeah. So in any case, I let her help me with the whole cleaning the eye, have some nice little redeeming character moments. We meet up with Jacob, which he pretty much explains to you what I said earlier, where he discovered Daniel unconscious, stole the money and everything. He also tells you that he actually still has the money that you're owed. So he hasn't spent the money that belongs to you and Daniel. He still has it. So at least he's good about, not wasting all the money and actually, like, holding on to it for you, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Like you said, Karen's pretty much like, second kid comes, fuck this shit, I'm out. That's pretty much how that worked. So here is where you all three of you come up with the plan to get Daniel and Sarah out. Jacob is gonna be with you, so you're pretty much gonna be like tag teaming this heist, this kidnapping per se that we're doing. While meanwhile Karen is kind of playing like the observant, like, sniper role, where she's like keeping an eye out for you and telling you like where people are and to like go around certain areas and things like that. So either way, we break in to yeast infection lady house. We discover Daniel's room, which is pretty controlling. And we see all the different things that she has him doing, like repeatedly, like writing like passages from the Bible and everything, just constantly going all over the place with that. Apparently, they also intercepted a letter from Karen, which pretty much kind of explains why they've been on guard with Daniel and so protective, because they already kind of have a feeling that someone is gonna try to get him. Mother superiority complex, yeah, pretty much. What's also a big issue here is, you know how in these Life is Strange games, you essentially don't want like people to know about like yours, people having superpowers and like all that stuff. But meanwhile, you have Daniel set up in this cult, all this supernatural shit that is being displayed in front of like everybody. How is anything that she's doing not extremely widespread to where people know that like superpowers may be a thing? Like that's a thing that like really annoys me. That also really annoys me about this is that they don't give a fuck about who knows about Daniel's powers. Pretty much everybody knows. Like, they've been doing this religious like session and stuff with Daniel for like who knows how long. So who knows how many people know about Daniel's stuff at this point. Like, how are the cops aren't here? How is anything like not how is none of this a way bigger issue than it's shown here? So we're still in Daniel's room, and then finally we get into the records room. So here we find the records for Sarah's illness, to prove that she's, so this game has Sean lying to Daniel, the cult using Daniel, and Lila, Life is Strange 2, gaslighting, gatekeeping, and girl boss. Yeah, like a lot of the alternate titles you've been giving have been pretty accurate. So I am not holding that against you at all. Like, I 100% support it. So yeah, you find those records to prove that you're withholding crucial medical care to this little girl. You have to hide from the bodyguard. I make sure he doesn't find us. Karen does a distraction, which turns out to be setting fire to a building on the other side of the complex. So there's that. This is also where we find out like Jacob's thing of being gay and being in a super religious family and them sending him to like to gay conversion camp and like all that stuff, which he ran away from, which is why he wound up in the hobo camp with everyone else. So okay, so we got everything. We also find documentation of that yeast infection lady is trying to adopt Daniel under the table. So yeah, that's not great. Which I guess is their way of trying to explain how no one has found out that this is Daniel Diaz. Like why the cops are not like busting down their door. Ooh, excuse me. Is because that she's kind of using her last name for Daniel. Even though she's keeping she's keeping his first name and only changing his last name. So her plan is very foolproof. Yes, exactly. Because conversion therapy has been proven to work so well in the past. Yes. Um, yeah, Jacob is pretty much a parallel, conceptually, to Kate from the first game. Because if you remember, Kate's family was also a deeply religious family, and her family was not very supportive of her with the whole getting drunk thing and making out with a bunch of guys and stuff at the party and all that stuff. But in this, Jacob's story is taken even like farther, and like how overly religious that his family was. So it's pretty much taking the Kate idea and kind of taking it to another extreme, pretty much. So in any case, this is where you see that Karen set fire to the building as a distraction. So Jacob leaves to go get his sister, and then now you go get Daniel, which Karen joins you for. So don't feel bad, Kate. Even the Amish have a gap year. Well, unfortunately for Kate, I don't believe she's Amish. So I don't believe she gets that privilege, unfortunately. But yeah, so now we're trying to convince Daniel to come back to and whatnot, which he isn't really like listening. Oh well, time to convert Kate. Believe me, the fan base has definitely been trying to do that like so much. Cause when we're talking about shipping names, uh, Marshfield is definitely one of the more popular shipping shipping pairs. But too bad. But too bad for them. Kate is canonically straight because she does try to support Max to hook up with Warren. So, and she does call Warren, quote, a cutie pie. So yeah. So I don't think that's really happening. That's a funny one. Kate gotta treat Jesus like a tropical fruit and let that mango. That's a good one. But yeah, so we're trying to convince Daniel here. He's pretty much just being pigheaded and doesn't want to leave, even though we're like telling him that the shit's not working. He uses his powers to kind of like knock us on the floor, which at the same time knocks over the candle, is gonna start having the building start burning, which is not great. And then, meanwhile here, so now you're using like all the different stuff that you find out against her. So this is pretty much like almost similar to like the Kate suicide scene, where you have to make specific choices to try to convince Daniel to side with you. Except the unfortunately, Triune, you have to ask Don't Not that one. Like, I don't know why they gave her the stereotypical Karen haircut. That is something you have to ask Don't Nod. Technically, also a fun fact, if you're on Twitter, the original developers of Life is Strange, like the original director and like the producer and the writer and stuff, they're very active in conversing with the fan base. Like you ask them questions and they'll genuinely like answer like questions that you have. So that's really cool how fan and community friendly like the developers are, where they're like, yeah, you could just shoot them you could just send them a little tweet and they'll actually like respond to you, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so as I was saying, the only real consequence here is, unlike with Kate, if you fail, then she kills herself. If you fail here, Daniel pretty much like sides with you anyway. So you kind of can't really fail this section, which, yet again, the game's ultimate problem of your choices constantly not mattering. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe, Triune, maybe you could shoot me a question that you would like to ask them, and maybe I could just tweet at them and see if they answer. Because obviously I do have a Twitter that I use, strictly for for channel purposes and stuff. So I don't really treat it as like a personal Twitter account. So yeah. So at this point, I'm pretty much choosing like the best options. Like I'm telling him about Sarah, about her double standard of using medicine and then not letting Sarah have medicine. The big thing for Daniel is the adoption thing, because he has no idea that she's trying to like secretly adopt him. So that kind of helps. Oh, and the fact that that she withheld a letter from Karen, so she knew Karen was here the whole time and didn't let him see his mother. And then now we have the physical abuse of the bodyguard beating the hell out of Sean, while the church starts to burn around us. So pretty much you just go through this whole thing, and instead of leaving and fucking off, they just keep staying here. And then meanwhile, you know, he's just beating Sean down, and then you still have to keep getting up. And this is pretty much what finally turns like Daniel to side with you. So, and then fucking pistol whipping me right in the fucking head. How Sean doesn't have like multiple concussions from all this, I have no idea. But yeah. So yet again, even though you say all the right things, before this happens, it doesn't matter, because this still happens, and Daniel's still gonna be convinced to go with you because you keep getting up from this abuse that you're getting. Which, yet again, I can make the argument that if you have been treating Daniel, like, well, throughout this game up until this point, he should instantly, like, go with you anyway. So the fact that he, like, stays there is fucking stupid. Especially since he's the one with the superpowers. Like, he could literally just toss the bodyguard, through a window and literally just leave. Like, who's gonna stop him? He could literally just take Sarah and leave on his own. So it's like, what? It's like, whatever. So you have to do this, like, I don't know, like 5 times or something. And meanwhile, like, he finally puts the gun to Sean's head. She's shouting at him to shoot him, even though the bodyguard is, like, severely like, okay, this is kind of going too far. Because he's very hesitant to, like, really kill a child. But it doesn't matter, because Daniel's gonna toss him to the side anyway. So close to the window, Daniel. You could have easily just swung him through the window. Like, come on. But yeah. So you reunite, and then you have to get the fuck out because the entire place is burning. You pick up the gun, which kind of doesn't really matter because the only use the gun really has is you could choose to shoot Lisbeth to get past her to get the door open. So even if you don't do that, the gun is never brought up again. I haven't managed to sleep. Well, hopefully we can fix that by maybe us talking and discussing might help you doze off to sleep. So Daniel just brushes her to the side, opens the door. She's not dead, because there she is. She's just on the floor there. Uh, the bodyguard conveniently like wakes up, so he's gonna drag Lisbeth out of the burning building. So when you do this slow mo shot of them coming out of the burning church, um, in the background, you should be able to see the bodyguard dragging Lisbeth out of the building, even though she wants to go back into the building and pretty much burn to death in the building. Which to that point, I would have been like, "Hey, just let her do it." Like if she wants to run back into the burning building and just burn up in there, like, go right ahead. Like see, look at her. Look at her. Daniel, don't even give her that pitiful face. I don't believe she deserves any pity, okay? um so in any case, we all hug, see Jacob and Sarah off, see them goodbye. You could also see a nice little sweet moment of Daniel giving Sarah a little hug. Also, Jacob, you could also choose earlier on to let Jacob keep the money, so that way he could use it to make sure that that Sarah gets like the help and stuff that she needs. So, which is pretty much what I do. Because at this point, it's like, what does Daniel and Sean need with money? Because there's no other point in the game where you could use money to buy anything anyway. So it's like, money doesn't really matter at this point. And then the game ends with this very forced brotherly hug here. So, very, very unearned, sentimental ending here. And that's pretty much the end of episode 4. And for the most part, with episode 5, this is probably the most consistent and nice Daniel is in the entire game. Is this one episode. Like, in this one episode, I can't... there is no situation that happens in this episode that is completely Daniel's fault with some really stupid decisions that he makes. So this one episode at the very end is finally where Daniel is a pretty likable character. If only he was this consistent throughout the rest of the game. Oh Lord, it's one of those things where it's like too little, too late. But in any event, this is where we get to what was it? The little hobo area that Karen lives in, and we meet some of the hobo residents. Nice little Captain Spirit mural and stuff. which is funny. Where is... Oh, and this is where we meet this, I hate saying this, but it is 100% true for these two. These two are pretty much the token gay couple. Because these two guys are gay, and that's literally, like, all they are. Like, there's no real characters here, because they're just in this first little part of the episode, and then they're pretty much gone. So they're only in the game for probably like 5-10 minutes between all the interactions that you could have with them, and they're pretty much just done. The only character that really matters in this whole town, this whole little, like, hobo town that they have, is just David. Like, David is the only one that matters here. And I'm doing, like, a little scavenger hunt that you could play with Daniel, which is pretty much just padding. Because this is where a bunch of the runtime for the episode is just playing this game of like find the treasure that I hid. And then I just give you hints on the walkie-talkie and stuff and guide you to where it is. And then we help what's her name? Joan. We help Joan with her with her steel sculpture, which is her only contribution to this entire episode, is just this. So we spend like, I don't know, like 20-30 minutes on this thing, because we have to move it around, turn it, and then we gotta wait for him to do it, and then if you don't do it correctly, then you have to like move things around. This whole thing is so unnecessary, and it doesn't do anything. There's no purpose for this. I don't believe I even get the sculpture right, because I really hated doing it, and I was like, you know what? Just end this. Like, I don't want to do this, moving this shit around. It's taking too long. Like, let me just move on with the rest of the game. Like, I'm already towards the end of the game, and at this point, I'm already, like, wanting to get the game pretty much over with by this point. So I'm pretty much just getting whatever collectibles that I can, and that's, like, pretty much, like, it. Where's David's trailer? This stupid little scavenger hunt thing. Where's David's trailer? Oh, okay. Well, David and Karen finally show up. Because we literally have to kill time before Karen comes back. So you're kind of forced to do all this, well, except for the scavenger hunt thing, you're kind of forced to do all this extra useless busy work just to trigger Karen and David to show up. So you could move the episode along. I like the little ponytail and stuff that David has. It's like, oh, looking good for you. And he's What was it? I believe he says a funny line here. Because Daniel's here, like, demonstrating his powers, playing catch with Karen, right? Oh, here we go.
You didn't tell me you were married.
I used to be. She died a few years ago.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's life. But at least I got an angry stepdaughter in the deal. We were like oil and water. She was always starting shit.
Okay,
It's
so
hard for a kid to get a new
because the
especially
town
not
got
like
wiped,
me.
I just had no clue how to deal
Joyce
with
is
it.
dead.
I wish I did.
So for that
We eventually
for that ending, she's canonically dead.
you can't go back.
And
Nope. Thanks for talking, David.
Better start my day.
and
right now.
Chloe is around.
Found
Because
some
he just
weird
mentioned
snacks in town. Arthur's
that
got
he
free.
still has an angry stepdaughter that he deals with. So
Catch you later, Sean.
it's also kind of
Okay. Time out.
it's kind of a nice
Mel,
little hint
That was
that
awesome, Mom. Now I know why they don't
Chloe
think
and
this
him
whole
have
death
kind
threat.
of
He's way better than Sean.
found
We're
some
not
sort
done
of
out here yet. Let's get this food inside.
meeting ground
No problem.
to the point where, at the very least, they cordially like talk to each other in some.
Yep. Where is... So on that note, we can actually... Where is David's? Because at this point, Sean is still very... For whatever reason, at this point, Sean is very adamant about going to Mexico. Still. Like, he does not drop this at all. Like, he still wants to go to Mexico. It's like, you're peacefully in this community and everything. It's like, bro, just stay here. Like, what are you doing? Especially considering Karen is, like, willing to, like, stay with you and stuff and actually be a fucking mother for once. So it's like, bro, just take her offer and just stick around. So either way, we go back to this little cliff that Daniel and Sean were to look at. I mean, yeah, Daniel and Sean were looking out at the Grand Canyon and stuff. And for this, they light up. They end up lighting some little lanterns. So all three of them like light up like little lanterns and just let them fly. I believe Daniel uses his powers to kind of like swoosh them around, see? And then he just tosses them away. So they can fly off. Which is also kind of similar to what Deck 9 would do in True Colors for Gabe's death. Where at the end of the second episode, Ryan and Alex light up a lantern and let it fly. So a nice subtle little callback for True Colors. Because it's a nice callback, plus it actually makes sense within the narrative of the game. So you really gotta love, if you're doing a callback, you actually, like, take the time to genuinely work it in to the main story. Instead of just throwing it in just because. Okay, so this is Karen's thing because you're getting ready to leave now. So we have to. And this is pretty much why they're forcing you to leave. Is you guys are identified as like arson for the for burning down the church. So there's that. But you're kind of out in West Bumblefuck nowhere, so it's like, how are they even gonna like find you? So it's like, all right, whatever. But you know, they have to force you to leave a peaceful situation that you really don't have a real reason to leave, but the game has to force you to leave anyway. So you pretty much like say goodbye to everybody, even though you literally only spent like probably like the last hour or so like interacting with them. So it's like, all right, this isn't really as sentimental as you're presenting it, because more than half these characters, we just met them. And they're already going to be gone as soon as we leave. So it's like, what's the point? And then we finally go, able to go into David's trailer while he's changing the license plates and stuff on the car and all that stuff. And we're getting a police, we also have to get a police monitor from him. So we also have to pick that up within his trailer too. And as you can see here, it's a letter, it's a deposit letter of the damages and stuff from the house from Arcadia Bay and things like that. Which is kind of questioned, because when you kick out David in the original game, Joyce mentions that the house is in her name. So David is not even listed as any co-owner or anything like that. So it's severely hinted that their marriage didn't really like split stuff. So it's like, I don't know how he's, you know, getting money for the loss of like the house and all that stuff, but whatever, I guess. Considering Chloe's alive in this playthrough, I don't understand how she's not the immediate beneficiary and is getting the money. So I don't know. But yeah, we get that. We get this classic picture from the original game. Oh, excuse me. Which is oh, excuse me. Hold on a minute. Had to get a little bit of a hard candy. So in any case, we So you get this picture. You get this picture regardless of whether you sacrificed Chloe or sacrificed Arcadia Bay. So this picture is here no matter what you choose. And then obviously the letter about the house is obviously like Chloe needs to be around. You get this nice letter, which I believe, you only get if Chloe is around. Because it says here, Dear Mr. Madsen, sorry this is so late, but I put the wrong P.O. Box address on the envelope and the letter was returned. Hope this one finds you. I'm glad you left Arcadia Bay, or what's left of it. I'm now going to therapy, which helps, but I still get nightmares. I hope that Max and Chloe are keeping you company. They're a good team. I'm still in Seattle, looking over my parents' gallery. Their partner Jessica is great. She's taking care of everything. The will is a mess, but I will be okay. It's hard to get over the fact that, in a way, I owe my life to Mark Jefferson throwing me in his fucking bunker. I get flashes of his creepy face all the time, but then I see yours coming to rescue me. I'll probably be thanking you for the rest of my life for that. Please keep in touch at this address for a while and let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Thanks again for your service. Best wishes is, well, it says V Chase on the bottom, so obviously Victoria Chase. So whew. Sorry about that. I wasn't expecting reading that letter to hit as much as that did. Probably the main. Oh, here we go again. Probably the main reason. Probably the main reason that reading that letter hits more than I thought is because since I read the comics and I know where Victoria's character goes with the friendship and stuff that she develops with Chloe, and then the full circle resolution that she finally gets with Max and everything. Yeah, that's definitely would do it. Okay, move off that letter for a minute. Fucking waterworks. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Oop. oh boy, probably a little hint as to maybe the positioning that that Comics Victoria is gonna get in the ranking. Okay, so where is also he has a framed David has a framed Two Whales Diner um menu right above the couch, which is sweet. Which yet again, only if Joyce is dead. Then we get these pictures of David at the hobo area with like the characters and stuff that are here. And I am saving a specific picture for last. When I'm examining David's trailer, I know exactly where the picture is. And I'm intentionally avoiding it until I looked at every other thing in the room. And there we go. Which is the picture that Double Exposure would try to mimic. Because it's right here. There we go. Oh, there you go. How was it? That is not where I wanted to go. But yeah, this picture is pretty much what they're trying to. They're trying to mimic this picture from Life is Strange 2. Even though it's not 100% exact. And that's not even the whole picture. But yeah. But yeah, they tried to mimic the 2 picture, which is also this picture is also one of the things that really made a lot of fans really pissed off with Double Exposure and their breaking up of Max and Chloe. Because the developers, Dontnod, the original developers, who worked on both the original game and Life is Strange 2, who made both games, they have gone on record and said that the whole reason they included this photo and the reason why Max and Chloe are not 100% like you can see that they're kind of snickering and stuff, like they don't have like really big smiles, is because that they still deal with, you know, what happened in the original game, and that to prove that no matter what, like how hard it is with what happened, that they're always gonna stick together, and they're going to help each other get through anything. So hence why they're not overly like happy because it's like, okay, it's hard, but they're still trying to make the best out of the situation together. So that's pretty much what Don't Nod has stated with this picture, because they wanted to give the fans, which are pretty much like half of them. If you look at the statistics and the numbers for the original Life is Strange, whether you look at the statistics for the original game or the remastered version, it is still a very close 50-50 split with what people choose at the end. So they wanted to give the people that picked Chloe something to see, something to actually physically, well, not physically, but you know what I mean, see, to show that even after all these years, they're still together, and they're still helping each other deal with any problems that they have. So, which obviously made what Double Exposure did even more of a big issue for the fan base. Because of the backstory of this photo, and the fact that they tried to mimic the photo here, a lot of the fans took it as being disrespectful to what Don't Nod did with what the original developers gave. So yeah, if one picture can cause a riot in the fan base, this was pretty much that. This one picture. So yeah. So in any event, we just talked to David after we get the police scanner. He pretty much tells us that he recommends that we turn ourselves in because things have already been taken too far at this point, and it's like, don't make things any worse than they already are. Which is a really good scene, because in none of these scenes that David is in, he is acting like an asshole or anything, or like yelling. He is very calm. He's very understanding. He makes sense with what he's telling Sean. So it definitely shows a lot of character development for him. So hence why David ranked where is he? Ranked pretty high in the B tier because of how his story went. So definitely enjoy that. And then we go. So after this long conversation with David, and then another long conversation with Karen, so we can leave. And Karen says that she's gonna distract the cops to give them time to give you guys time to cross the border. So now we get to the border, which, as you can see, there is no cars anywhere except the one that we came out of all the way over here. So there's no cars here, like, at all. So in any case, we're gonna make a hole in the wall. We're gonna make a hole in the border wall. Come on, Daniel, rip the wall apart. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, excuse me again. Also, a really weird thing about this is, okay, it was very stressful. He kind of falls, like, gets to his knees a little bit. But he pretty much gets up, like, you know, it's fine. Anytime Daniel's, like, powers are, like, out of control, or he's, like, really stressed with his powers and stuff when he's using them, he never has a nosebleed. Like, at all. Like, usually the nosebleed, originally, is supposed to symbolize, like, how much strain, the powers are, for the one using them when they're using it. I dig Sean's pirate cosplay. He ain't no Captain Bluebeard or Long Max Silver, but hey, he's close enough. But yeah, Daniel never seems like he's under any real strain because you never see him have a nosebleed, so it's like Thank you, thank you. Oh, and then finally Daniel gets sniped in the shoulder again. Is it the same? Yeah, it's the same shoulder that Meryl shot Daniel in. I just realized that Daniel gets shot in the same body part like twice in this game. So yeah, these vigilante, like, redneck people come in and stuff. And then she's, you know, obviously saying we blew up the wall to let all our friends into the country. We're pretty much saying, like, we were leaving to Mexico. And then obviously they're extremely racist. So they're like, why would you want to leave America and go to Mexico? Like, that's how racist they are, that they cannot comprehend, like, why would you leave? Like, wouldn't you be happy that they're leaving? Like, as soon as they tell you that, as soon as he tells you that, like, yo, we were trying to leave, immediately she should have been like, oh, okay, immediately let him get up, dust him off, and then just be like, okay, be on your way. Sorry, I shot your brother. So, in any case, Border Patrol is going to be showing up. So, Border Patrol shows up. Everyone gets arrested because the Border Patrol officer starts to realize that, you know, that Sean and Daniel, and obviously they're wanted. So, and obviously the racist couple gets arrested because you still shot a kid and you're a vigilante trying to take the law into your own hands and stuff. So we can't have you doing that. So either way, we have a nice Spanish conversation with these two, this Mexican couple, who the Mexican woman is pregnant with child. So obviously she's trying to get into the country so that way she could give birth to the kid, and you know, that way they can't get deported and everything, because you know, if you're born in America, that makes you a immediately a U.S. citizen. So that's pretty much what they're doing. Do I condone anything that this couple is doing with the whole hopping the border, sneaking in, doing all that stuff? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I do understand why people do those things, because trying to go through official channels to become a U.S. citizen can be very complicated and tedious. So I do understand that, and obviously, you know, everybody's situation is different. So, you know, certain people may be like having more extreme reasons for wanting to leave, like obviously like gang violence or something, or things like that, to where they're left with like no other options and things like that. So I do understand, you know, how drastic certain reasoning can be. But as far as these two go, not necessarily the best way for them to go about it. Especially since we find out during the course of this conversation that they've tried sneaking in, I think, like 3 times. So they've been caught like 3 times. And then obviously we get the classic line, we're in America, speak English shit. Like, we get all that. And then we get this debate between the two, which is the only time in the game where they're trying to justify all the racist shit that they've been throwing at you very randomly throughout the previous episodes. So this is supposed to be like their big climactic debate moment. Which, as you can see, if you're reading some of the like some of what this lady is saying, you could see that Sean's bringing up good points, and she's kind of like skirting around like giving an answer. Like, she's not really trying to do a genuine like point for point thing. Like she's kind of avoiding like some of the bigger points that Sean is making. And then this pretty much amounts to pretty much just her riling up the guy to get angry to try to get him to hit her. So she's pretty much not winning the debate, like not really making any significant ground. So she just goes to goading the guy to assault her so that way she can try to prove her like argument. So obviously we're gonna help him out and make sure he doesn't take her stupid bait here. And then finally, Sean is getting interrogated. The cop here is pretty nice. Like, he's not like an asshole cop. And then, at a point, so he's pretty much going over like all the different like crimes and stuff that you've done that you're being like charged with. And then finally, excuse me, Daniel shows up to break you out of jail. So you get broken out here. You could choose to break out like the Mexican couple and the racist couple. Which I pretty much take pity on like both of them and pretty much just like let both of them out. Which I believe the guy is the only one that actually thanks me. Nice comeback though, because we're not assholes. A nice subtle threat from Sean being like, "Don't make me regret doing this." And then you have to take care of the cops, and there's various ways you could like take care of the cops. Some very violent ways, and then some like non-lethal ways. I mean, you pretty much get your book bag, get your stuff back, and then you get in the car and you get the fuck out. And then from here, we just do the really dumb thing, really dumb thing, and go straight for the border entrance. The border entrance and exit. We go straight for there, which is outrageously dumb because they already know that's where you're going. So obviously they're going to have all the police and everything at that gate. So this is mostly a Sean issue, is why didn't you take Daniel to another part of the wall and just make another hole? Because there's no way they have enough manpower to have a bunch of police officers all the way along that entire wall. Because we already proved that Daniel can open the wall. So why can't he do it again? and you could completely avoid this whole big dramatic thing of trying to go through like the police and stuff. Like, I don't understand this like at all. So it's at this point you make your final decision on whether you're going to surrender or whether you're going to cross the border. I chose to cross the border because I was like, at this point, I was like, just give me the very contrived and stupid shooty shooty bang bang explodey ending. Even though it makes absolutely no sense to be doing it. I was like, at this point, just give it to me. Like, it's already the end of the game. Just give me the insanely stupid shit. So obviously, he ends up doing all that without killing anyone. Because supposedly I made all the right choices for him to be nice in the end. Even though he was a complete asshole for, like, at the very least, like, the entirety of, like, episode 3 when it actually mattered. So in any case, Daniel, in this playthrough, Daniel gets arrested because he makes sure you get to Mexico. Yet again, more people know about his powers because how is this not on the news that a fucking supernatural fucking kid was at the border and fucking just wrecked the entire, like, border patrol, like how is this, like, not a bigger deal? Like there should be, like, some notifications, like, in True Colors and Double Exposure about this whole thing. But Deck 9 never mentions anything related to Life is Strange 2. They never mention anything. The only thing you ever get is from Deck 9 is the costumes that Alex can wear and Max can wear. And even though it's a prequel, oh no, because it wasn't released at the time. But yeah, so clothes that Alex and Max can wear in True Colors and Double Exposure. So that's how that goes. But in any event, as you can see, even though he gets arrested, he lives with the parents, and we get nice little timestamps of, like, the passage of time and how many years are going by. We have Daniel is able to reconnect with Chris, so they end up being nice little buddies and everything in the end. Daniel is stealthily using his powers to, like, save people. So he saves, like, this bus from having a very big, like, accident. And then we get this. This little phone call from, I don't know who he's talking to. I think he's talking to just some random person. Maybe he's potentially talking to Lila. Maybe that's Lila on the phone. but we can't hear it because none of this montage has any dialogue. It's just music playing in the background. And then Daniel gets the letter I mentioned a while ago that from Sean and some pictures. And since I romanced Cassidy, see, we get the little picture of Cassidy and Sean in Mexico. So they're just chilling in Mexico. I like how he floats over the photos to his to the grandmother, even though Daniel is like, bruh, you could walk. You can't walk the couple of feet here to just hand her the photos. Like, come on. Fucking lazy ass. But in any case, that happens. And then towards the end, I did the surrender option too. So for this one, we did. So I pretty much just went back and just went to like the other option and just did the surrender option. So at least I showed like 2 of the possible endings that you can get out of the what was it, like 8 that you can get. So yeah, we surrender. We both get arrested. And then we get kind of a similar montage, except sprinkled in with some different pictures, like this picture of Daniel visiting Sean in jail. We still get the Chris picture. We still get the little comics of the super thing. We also get, if you notice, the date on Daniel's graduation picture, is actually 2025, which specifically is, what is that, May? Yeah, May 28th. And then we get this little picture of like Karen and her places. Daniel, I guess he has a like coffee shop job. And then we get this photo that is definitely like way ahead in the timeline. Because this is what, like April 4th of 2033. And then finally, what was it? 15 years after the Border Patrol incident. So Sean was put in jail for 15 years, which is very uncalled for. Like, I don't... Like... Which, yet again, Daniel can just use his powers and prove, like, innocence and stuff. So it's like, Sean is wasting 15 years in jail for literally no reason. Like why? At least, in the positive realm, at least you see Lila in this ending. So at least Lila's here. Even though she doesn't say anything, at least she's here. At least she's here. And then you got the nice little scruffy mustache and beard that Daniel has. Okay, so... hear Lila mentioned more in this stream than in the game. Pretty much. I'm half awake listening, but I heard Lila's name. Well, you could see Lila. She's, where is she? Oh, she's right there. She's kind of blurred out a little bit from the perspective shot, but she is there. Oh, there you go. We cleaned it up a little bit. There she is. Right next to Karen. I don't know if Karen got an even more Karen haircut. I don't know. You be the judge of how much more Karen this haircut is than the haircut that she had before. Oh wow. I was not expecting a Joe Hendry reference. See, I would do the clap, but I don't want the microphone to peak real loud if I do the clapping, so I'm just gonna mime the clapping. There you go. But yeah, so we get this nice little scene. Daniel embraces. I'm a nerd of many references. What can I say? Hey, just like you said, say her name and she appears. Or more accurately, in Bao's case, say her name and they appear. But yeah, and then we get this nice, wholesome hug between Sean and Lila, which is pretty well deserved. Like she gets, she does it. This is gonna be pretty inappropriate, but she definitely got shafted in this game, and not in the way that I'm pretty sure she wants to be. So in any case, we get like little hangout shots with Sean and Daniel, which yet again, none of this is voiced or anything. These scenes probably would have hit a lot harder for me if there was some like some vocal like audio going on here instead of just like the background music. And then Sean drives away, assumably to whatever home and stuff that he wound up having. Which at that point, like, why don't you just live with Oh, thank you. Thank you. Tell her, tell her I said, thank you very much. Tell her I said thank you. But yeah, Daniel does the little wolf howl as Sean leaves. Why Sean and Daniel don't just live together at this point, I have no clue. And then the game ends. So, pretty much ends with them driving off their separate ways. And that's pretty much it. So, at the very least, at least I got 2 of the different endings for this. Arguably the better ending. Like some of the more better endings, which isn't really saying a lot because even those endings still have a lot of issues with how we even get there and how and why that those situations play out the way they do. For sure, I go full ADHD and do 17 things at once. But you know how we do. Hey, I appreciate it. I definitely do that when I'm setting up when I go to set up the stream and everything, especially when it's a completely new stream, and then I have to change up like the backgrounds and stuff, and like different like logos and things like that. So I definitely know how that goes. Um, but yeah. So one little point about the main menu here. I do appreciate that Dontnod kept the tradition of each episode having like a different background. So when you go to the main menu and when you finish like a previous episode, that the background changes to whatever episode you're currently on if you stopped in the middle, or the next episode that you're going to start. Because the original Life is Strange did that, and and Before the Storm did that too, where the what was it? The tree in the background was fine in episode 1, is burning in episode 2, and then in episode 3 it's all like ashes and stuff. So Before the Storm kept that tradition going, and then obviously Dontnod started it, so they kept it going with Life is Strange 2. And then True Colors didn't even bother doing that, unfortunately, because the main menu is the same image of the Haven Springs bridge, regardless of what you do. Of what part of the game you're in. So the main menu doesn't change anywhere. I do appreciate though that Double Exposure tried to do something similar. Because I don't know if you notice, if you play Double Exposure, if you finish an episode and like stop and go back to the main menu, the camera changes different perspectives from episode to episode. Like it's usually always focused on the statue, but the camera placement like changes from episode to episode. So they tried to do that. They tried to kind of have a similar thing. So at least Deck 9 tried to bring things back to the main menu tradition, but yeah, it was an admirable effort. But obviously this game is gonna have the most variety of menus because the locations constantly change from episode to episode. So unlike the original game, which was just Arcadia Bay, the overlook of the scenery of Arcadia Bay, just at different times of day, At least until you get the final episode, and then in the final episode, the storm is literally approaching the town in the main menu. So, but yeah, so that's how that goes. So, where is Daniel? There he is. Okay, so where are we going to put Daniel? I'm not going to put him in F tier, just to be clear. The only reason he's staying out of F tier is because if that last episode didn't exist and he wasn't as consistent and as he was in that episode, and not being an insufferable asshole making the complete wrong decisions and causing issues for the game no matter what you do. Yeah. I didn't know this, but we usually end the Let's Plays in between episodes because I be yapping too much. Hey, technically, I've been doing what, about 5.5 hours of yapping at this point, so I'm right there with you. But yeah, I will put Daniel in. Oh, this is hard. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put him behind Finn. Mainly because even though the characters above him also make really dumb decisions, they pretty much make like one really bad decision. Daniel's uh, Daniel's problem is that he's consistently making game-breaking decisions, which is the main problem with the game, is when you sell the game on Daniel's like function, and you're constantly writing him and forcing him to do stuff that completely goes against any decisions you make before that, it really drags him down. Like, severely drags him down. But as I said, if he didn't have if he wasn't as consistently fine as he was in the last episode, then you know, he's fine. Because I guarantee you, if episode 5 did not exist, this is exactly where he would be. He would be down here. If I was not taking episode 5 into account, he'd be straight down here. And the only reason Daniel is above like Finn, I mean not Finn, Vin, since you mentioned Vin, The only reason he's above Vin is, at least, depending on how you play Daniel, at the very least, Daniel isn't responsible for somebody killing themselves. So, not saying it's entirely Vin's fault, but the fact that Vin was involved in the Maya conspiracy, which led to Maya killing herself, is pretty much what drags Vin down. And the only reason he's this high is because he does try to redeem himself and help you, like, expose all the dirty laundry. Yeah. Because at least for my playthrough, Daniel, you know, he doesn't act on any of the, like, violent tendencies that he could have, depending on if you're, encouraging some of his, questionable violent behavior. But no matter what, Vin is still, no matter the decisions or anything that you make, Vin still assisted in pushing Maya into killing herself. So that can't be avoided or changed at all. At least with Daniel, it's entirely dependent on how you play him for the most part, with how violent he could potentially be and show. So yeah. So that is definitely that. Let's see. Since that was a very depressing and pretty negative, long-winded explanation and demonstration on why I feel the way I feel with in regards to Daniel, which I will say, to be clear, his problem is not really a character issue. It's mostly down to the writing, like how he was written. How he was written was the issue. Like, Daniel conceptually as a character could have gone somewhere. Like, you could have the execution of how Daniel's handled could have gone way better than it turned out to be. Because let's just say there's a reason that the original Life is Strange has stood the test of time for over 10 years at this point, and is as highly regarded as it is, and Life is Strange 2 is as divisive as it is. So yeah, and I believe Don't Nod has taken ownership of of the shortcomings and stuff of Life is Strange 2. So they haven't done Don't Nod did not do the developer thing of blaming the fans for not liking it, forcing the fans to enjoy it, and constantly attacking fans for genuinely having legitimate issues with the game. And I will say that as far as Don't Not goes, in the end, Life is Strange 2, we swear the plot was just there. Triune, you definitely been on a roll all night with your creative subtitles for Life is Strange 2. And they've all been pretty spot on with those subtitles. So you haven't missed on any of those names. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're very welcome. But yeah. So that way we end the stream on a more positive note. We will do one last character because the Diaz brothers were the last characters that we rank for the for Life is Strange 2. So Life is Strange 2 characters are all completely done. So they're all ranked, they're all done. I just like to take pot shots because they missed not having a subtitle for Life is Strange 2. Well, yeah, technically. That's also another reason why, because of the overall negative reception, no matter the reason that Life is Strange 2 got, that's why they stopped numbering Life is Strange games. Because they don't want the number there, because that immediately connects it to Life is Strange 2, so they don't want to acknowledge it for the most part. Because as we gone over, there is a lot of problematic elements to it. So it's like, how would you acknowledge it? Because there's so many like different things that you can like reference. So it's like how do you even go about that? Life is Strange 2, we heard you like Lila and we don't care. Which was the opposite, because in the original Life is Strange, they heard that the fans like Kate, and then they brought her back in episode 4, if you kept her alive. Because to be fair, the nightmare sequence with Kate happens no matter what decision you make with Kate, whether she's alive or dead. The nightmare sequence, she still shows up in that anyway. The only difference really is what she says to Max is dependent on whether she's alive or not. That's the only real difference for the nightmare sequence. But yeah. There was a point I was going before, and then I kind of lost it. Oh, that was the point. Um, so since it would be so hard to like, what would you acknowledge? Like, what ending would you go with? What ending are you even gonna acknowledge? Because as you can see, the surrender ending, Sean is in prison for 15 years. So when the game, so when he gets released from prison, that scene is taking place in 2033. So that is way, way farther than any of the Life is Strange games so far. So depending on, well, actually that's the farthest in any Life is Strange thing, period. Because none of the novels go that far. The comics certainly don't go that far. And Double Exposure doesn't even get that far, so... And Lord knows they wouldn't give us a canon ending unless it's for a comic. To be fair, Emma did state that even though her comic series that she wrote and Claudia Leonardi drew for her, she does not want the comics to be like the official canon. Like, she pretty much takes it as, this is like my canon of where I would see the story going. And whether you agree, great. Whether you don't agree, then it doesn't ultimately matter, because these are all like choice-based games, so each ending is completely valid for whatever, for whichever you want. Yes, yeah, Rachel's fate is the same regardless. Technically, well, if you read the comics, then Rachel technically does have her happy ending. So even the comics gave her, like, found a way to logically give her a happy end. So yeah. But as far as the games go, yeah, that's a Doom thing no matter where you go. Unfortunately. But in any event, we'll go with a quick character, but a good character, and that is our man, Moses. So now we're gonna start trying to cap off some of these lingering double exposure characters. But we're going to use Moses for the final character for this video. So Moses, let's see, what's Moses's good points? No matter what timeline you're in, whether it's the dead timeline or the alive timeline, Moses is ride or die with Max. Once you convince him about your powers and everything, though. But once you convince him of that, then he's pretty much like with you until the very end. Like, he is not like, he's always with you. The biggest downside with Moses is there's not a lot there's not enough of him in the game. Like, there's not a lot for him to actually do. So, that's mostly, like, his biggest downfall is that he doesn't have a lot going on. As far as the main plot of the game, really. Especially if you're, what was it, Dead Moses? Because Dead Moses really does not too much. And Alive Moses, like, you know, helps you with the whole Krampus party and whatnot, and helps you, like, expose Lucas's plagiarism and all that stuff with Maya. So yeah, he would have liked to have more of him. Oh, so you did. So you did tell Vin that you would smash Moses in the Smash or Pass game. That's actually funny. What was Vin's response? So what did Vin respond to you with? Because for me, I pretty much chose, like, not to smash anybody. So I'm curious, like, what did Vin tell you when you said you would smash Moses? If you remember what you said. If he didn't have Tony, I'd jump over Diamond to get to Moses. Oh, see, look. That dialogue option confirms Moses being gay. See? So that's pretty sweet that Vin kind of reinforces the Moses being gay. So, that's pretty sweet. Even though I figured that out with the whole, like, Polaroid picture and stuff that you could find, where Moses is having a conversation with Tony, and in that conversation you could kind of pretty much figure out, like, oh, they're in a relationship. So that's why Diamond is depressed, because she found out Moses is gay and realizes that she has no chance with Moses now. So that's funny. Oh. Oh. Oh, I thought Vin said that. Cause that would have been sweet though. Either way, I prefer your response to anything Vin says. So you definitely had the better dialogue option for that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does agree with you. Because even if you don't smash Moses, if you tell him you don't smash Moses, he does still make, like, his sexual, like, allusions to Moses and stuff anyway, so it doesn't really matter for Vid. Let's see. Also, yeah, Vin will smash anything with a pulse and a hint of consent, which is good that Vin at least at least wants to get actual consent before before touching and doing anything like that. So I do appreciate that Vin isn't that much of a sexual deviant to that degree. Which is the only reason he's even this high on the C tier. Because if he touched Max in any way, he would have immediately like fell to F tier. So well that's what happens when you make a utterly irredeemable character opposed to a character that at least shows some effort for redemption in any way. So at least there's that. The one point that I will have against Moses is where is where's my, oh, there you go. Where's my double exposure playthrough? Oh, there it is. It is in episode 2. And it's when when you first get to Alderman here. And you get a chance to talk to Moses. Okay, so we need to go before, yeah, while he's on the phone. Dang it, Loretta. Okay, here we go. Here we go to Moses. I do love the added detail of how nervous Moses is, and he's fiddling his fingers like that. Like he has like a nervous little tick. Like I like that little attention to detail. All right, so let's listen in on this conversation real quick, and let's see if you can catch the very cringe line that Moses says in this conversation. Yes, Triune, you are definitely saying what his issue is with the whole, like, that is a issue, but not the specific line that I have a problem with. Let's see if you could catch it.
I got your text. Tried calling, but you didn't pick up.
It's cool, Max. Everything's cool.
It's not cool, though.
It is not.
So what's the damage?
TLDR version? Pretty sure I'm the #1 suspect.
What? Why?
Besides that being true for most of my life?
Now that was a really dumb line for one.
There you go.
Because that was a very cringe.
That line was really stupid. because his line of being the number one suspect and then Max being like, why? And then saying that, oh, because that's been true my entire life, which alludes to the whole racist cop thing. Because you're black, you're already like profiled as a suspect in anything. The problem with that is immediately right after he tells you that right after this scene, he tells you that he stole the camera, Safi's camera, from the crime scene. So it's like, bro, you can't play the racist card and then admit that you actually did a crime literally seconds after. So you can't even accuse Alderman for being racist, because you are a prime suspect because you stole evidence. And Alderman is trying to prove that you stole evidence. So it's like, bro, what? Like, I would delete that line so hard because it's so cringy and makes no sense. Like, why is that line even there? That's so stupid. So I will... But I said F2P for fuck the police for Moses, and I do it again. Oh no. In my decision, when Alderman is questioning me and stuff and offers me his card, I do not take the card. Because at the end of the day, Alderman is still acting like an asshole. So I don't side with Alderman. Yeah, that's the issue. Like, you can't rob a store and then accuse the police for being racist against you when they know that you robbed the store. Like, you can't play racial profiling on that, like, at all. Or if they have enough evidence to support the fact that you did a crime. Like, you can't play the race card in that situation. So yeah, that's the biggest that's my biggest hit against Moses. But I will cut him some slack that he does say a dumb line, but at the very least, they didn't make that a character trait. So it's one of those things that's brought up in that scene and then immediately forgotten about and never brought up again. Which, yet again, I would make the argument, why have the line there to begin with? Yeah, exactly. And then at the same time, you're telling Max everything, and then she's gonna, and then she goes on to steal the camera to make sure that you don't get found out and put in jail for stealing the evidence. So you're also, Moses is also indirectly roping Max into helping him not go to jail. even though to be fair, getting the camera is completely Max's decision. But, you know, Max would have never made that decision if Moses didn't tell her everything to begin with. So, that's what I mean by Moses kind of indirectly made Max hide the evidence. So, yeah. Hey, I broke time for Chloe. I undid reality for Safi. I'd break the fucking world for Mo. Just saying. See? Now that you mention it, but I have a bigger question for you. You say you would do that for Chloe, Safi, and Moses, right? What would you do for Steph, though? So what would you do for the dungeon master? Let's see. And while I wait for that response to what would you do for Steph, I will place Moses. I'll place Moses right behind Mikey. I'll put him right behind Mikey. Only because we can't play D&D with Moses, even though Diamond gets to play fucking what was it, Magic, D&D, whatever game they're playing in episode 4, we don't get to play that with him. So that's why Moses is below Mikey, because at the very least we get to play D&D with Mikey 3 different times. So alright, so let's see. Your response was, I would break the space-time continuum and remake the world with just me and Steph if she asked. But I know she wouldn't ask, and that's why we love her. Yeah, that is 100% true. Like, Steph definitely has a genuine, like, heart of gold, so... with Mikey, Mana Masters with Mo. Cough, cough, Magic the Gathering, cough, cough. Okay. Okay, so that's what, so it is strictly supposed to be a Magic the Gathering, reference. Okay. Because I thought they were probably, like, combining, 2 different like games together. So it is 100% supposed to be a direct parallel to Magic the Gathering. Okay. To quote Steph, she means the fucking world to me. So that is definitely well, depending on the next stream, because we're gonna wrap things up a little bit, mainly because I literally had to do a whole fucking essay and deconstruction on fucking Daniel for a majority of like the 6 hours that we've been on stream, so he didn't really give me a lot of time to run through a lot of the other characters. But as I said, considering Sean and Daniel were the first main characters that we started ranking, because I intentionally left like the more main characters for last, because obviously there's a lot of things to say about most of them, so this is why I left them for last. I left them for towards the end. But since Sean and Daniel were the last Life is Strange 2 characters that we needed to put on the list, I figured, why not? Let's put them in their spots. But all right, let's see. Not 100%. It does feel a little like they pulled from a few card games, but the high fantasy theme and the color choices on the box. Mana Wars feels highly inspired by Magic. Okay. Pretty much close enough. It's one of those, it's close enough and it's clearly not an accident. It's meant to be that way. But yeah. So with that, I will call it a session so far, and we will pick up with the rest next time. So far, for anyone who's watching, if you can see, if you can make out certain characters here, this is where how much we've gotten so far, and how many licenses are appearing in Magic these days. Many one day will get a Life is Strange in Magic the Gathering. Yeah, probably. Most likely, probably. Especially since Square Enix is doing the Final Fantasy Magic cards. And Square Enix does own Life is Strange, so they already have a relationship with the owner, so it could be an easy transition if you want it to be. But let's see. So yeah. So this is where we got so far. That's my thought. Yes, exactly. See, look at that. We're definitely thinking along the same lines. But yeah. So in any case, we've who did we rank today? I think it was just Sean and Daniel. Yeah, I believe it was just Sean and Daniel. Okay. Good enough. Oh, and Moses. Yes, and Moses. Thank you. Cause you know, we had to we have to end the stream on a more positive note, and try not to leave the stream on a negative note. So so with that, as always, I've been JR. Hopefully you all enjoyed the very thorough breakdown I've gone through with some of these characters. So hopefully I will see you all in the next one. Later.